winter may try to make it difficult, but the Twins homestand continues tonight as they open up the series against the reigning World Series champs. You're watching the Twins and Royals series, brought to you by North Dakota Tourism. Start your journey at NorthDakotaLegendary.com. The Royals hit a rough patch in late April, but now seem to be back on track. They sit in third place in the AL Central and bring the momentum from a series win over Chicago here to Minneapolis to take on the last place Twins. Welcome to Target Field, everyone. I'm Audra Martin. A come-from-behind win on Saturday was a very welcoming sight for the Minnesota Twins, but the celebrations were short-lived as a 3-hit loss on Sunday showed more of the same struggles. Tonight, they'll once again try to get things going and turn things around as they take on the Kansas City Royals. Let's take a look at our series setup. It's going to be a tough one for the Twins. The Royals swept the first series between the two back in April and have now won the last 6 straight games against the Twins. Over that stretch, it's been all about the Royals bats as they've outscored the Twins 29-9. When it comes to the Twins offense lately, well, it's been missing in action. The Twins hit just 165 over the 4-game series against the Blue Jays last weekend. So who will jumpstart the bats tonight against Ian Kennedy? They have solid pitching and they have solid hitting, but for the Royals, it's the defense that reigns supreme. Their 18 errors through 43 games is tied with the Orioles for the fewest in the American League. Coming up, what will it take for the Twins to knock off the defending champs? Dick Bramer and Bert Blyleven search for answers next on Fox Sports North.
On Fox Sports North is presented by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. By Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. And by Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for the everyday competitor in all of us. Threatening skies at Target Field, but we've got baseball tonight, the opening game of a 3-game series between the Royals and the Twins. Ian Kennedy in his first year with the Kansas City Royals, having a very good year so far. Ricky Nolasco in his third with the Twins, hoping to even his mark at 2-2. And we welcome you to Target Field. Dick and Bert with you for the opening game of a new series. The Twins need to start winning games. They need to start beating opponents within the American League Central other than Cleveland, and tonight they hand the ball to Ricky Nolasco.
Well, the Twins lost 3 straight in Kansas City back in April, but this is a new month, and hopefully Ricky Nolasco can pitch like he did in April. His start against the Kansas City Royals was his opening start this season. He pitched outstanding. 7 very, very good innings. Only 1 mistake, a home run to Mike Moustakas. Other than that, he has been pitching really good in April, struggling a little bit here in May.
Royals have struggled so far this year, but now they've won 3 straight series. They hope to get back to the World Series for the 3rd straight year, and they found a wonderful formula to use. Shorten the games with an outstanding bullpen.
Well, it comes down to pitching for the Kansas City Royals, because all they want is 5 or 6 innings out of their starters. They want to get to probably the game's best bullpen over the last 2+ years, anchored right now by Wade Davis.
Well, Ricky Nolasco hoping to be the first Twin starting pitcher to have his 2nd win of the year. No time better to do it than against the Kansas City Royals, the reigning world champions. First pitch coming up next. A young nucleus that grew together to become world champions. It took some time to get there. The Twins are learning that top young talent needs some time to grow. Minnesota looks to step up the learning curve by gaining some baseball knowledge in a Central Division showdown. And the Twins have struggled against everybody else in the division except the Cleveland Indians. The Indians 3 games above 500. Put a little heat on the Chicago White Sox for a while, 2.5 games back. The Twins have won 4 of the 6 games against Cleveland, but they're the only 4 games that the Twins have won against American League Central teams.
The Twins are 4-17 in their division, so yes, so many games played in division. You'd like to start winning some.
And maybe Ned Yost and the Royals are building a dynasty. Can we use that term in relationship to the Kansas City Royals? Back-to-back World Series championships, and Madison Bumgarner's the only guy who kept them from winning back-to-back World Championships. The Menards batting order: Alcides Escobar, followed by Whit Merrifield. He's in the lineup, and we'll tell you why as we get moved along here. Lorenzo Cain, Eric Hosmer, Kendrys Morales, Salvador Perez, Paulo Orlando, Omar Infante, and Gerard Dyson.
And that lineup facing Ricky Nolasco, 33 years old, in his 3rd season with the Twins. This is his 9th start of the year, his 2nd against the Royals. kind of touched on his no decision back on April 10th in Kansas City. The Twins ended up losing in 10 innings, but Ricky Nolasco left that ball game leading 3-1. Pitched 7 very good innings.
Northland Ford defense as the Twins welcome back their shortstop Eduardo Escobar. Eduardo Nunez moving over to second with Brian Dozier benched tonight. Bauer and Plouffe on the corners. Grossman, Santana, Sano, the outfielders, and Kurt Suzuki back behind the plate.
Good to have Escobar back. Currently today off the disabled list. Jorge Polanco optioned back to AAA Rochester.
Alcides Escobar to get things started. First pitch fouled back just beneath us.
And there's not much that's beneath us. You know, we just saw Batista here with the Toronto Blue Jays, a first ball fastball hitter. And that's a lot like Escobar right here. He will come to the plate swinging a bat. Doesn't walk too often. He's walked only 8 times in 184 plate appearances. And Nolasco very good as far as control. So hit the corners, make them swing at your pitch.
You know what we used to think of as the prototypical leadoff man, they're dinosaurs now. Nobody, it seems, has a leadoff guy. Adam Eaton of the White Sox maybe is that type of guy, but we just saw, you know, Carlos Santana with the Indians. Eduardo Nunez has some speed, a component leadoff hitters normally had, and that ball was hit by Plouffe. A 1-2 pitch just rolled down the line for a leadoff double.
Well, this Kansas City Royal Ball Club have won 7 out of their last 11 ball games, mainly because their offense is really starting to pick it up. This is not a bad pitch by Nolasco. The only thing, I think he wanted it outer half of the plate, and it stayed inner half of the plate.
Yeah, Suzuki was set up by the left-handed batter's box.
Credit Escobar by going down and hitting that ball between the line and Trevor Plouffe. For Escobar, his 6th double of the year of the season.
Whit Merrifield was inserted into the lineup. Mike Moustakas was scratched. I'm sure many baseball fans saw the collision in yesterday's game in Chicago between Alex Gordon and Mike Moustakas. Well, Gordon was put on the disabled list. Moustakas was in the original lineup, but we were up here 3.5 hours before game time, and he had an issue out in the outfield.
Yeah, he was kind of going side by side as far as stepping. A nice bunt right there, rolled foul. A lot of spin on that ball, so the ball goes in foul territory. Let's take a look at the collision here yesterday in Chicago. Moustakas, the third baseman, and of course Gordon, the left fielder, and you see them collide. It's the right knee of Moustakas, and Gordon ended up fracturing his wrist, his right wrist.
It's the same wrist that put him on the disabled list last year. And so Gordon on the disabled list, and Moustakas, if he wasn't in the starting lineup, scratched from that lineup. He's almost certainly not available tonight as well. 2 strikes to Merrifield. And a ball driven foul.
Merrifield just playing in his 3rd major league game, 1 for 5 so far. Young man, 27 years old. This year in AAA, hit .278 in 36 ball games. Got called up on May 18th. 7-year minor league veteran for the Kansas City Royals, who signed with them back in 2010 out of the University of South Carolina.
2 strikes. And blocked by Suzuki.
Well, Nolasco's been able to pick up some strikeouts. 43 strikeouts in 49 1/3 innings coming into this ball game this year. Over his career, Nolasco's averaged 7.3 strikeouts per 9.
Breaking ball just off the corner.
Alan Porter calling balls and strikes. Kind of looked over at the bench. You see the crew here. Jeff Kellogg at second base, the crew chief.
Fox Tracks is perfectly reliable just outside. And a fastball missing, and now it's 3-2. Mentioned the Royals have won 3 series in a row. And as we said over the weekend, hey, it's the middle of May, but a bit of a statement series in Chicago. The first place White Sox and Kansas City went in there, took the series, missed out on a chance to sweep the White Sox yesterday.
If you're a pitcher right here, you need him to make contact right here. No free passes. Stay away from the big inning. Especially with Kane on deck, who's been swinging a really good bat, followed by Hosmer.
Back to the mound. And Velasco with a soft toss to Mauer. And Escobar left at second base, one down.
A good pitch by Velasco, going and trusting the outer half of the plate and getting the ground ball right back to him. Escobar stays at second base.
Kane, like a lot of the Royals, got off to a slow start, but man, has he turned it on in May.
Yeah, it really has. Look at that here, and crushing in May. Hitting .338, driving the ball out of the ballpark 4 times, driven in 14. He has scored 11 runs. Yeah, I like the open that you did, you know, comparing the Twins and the Royals where the Royals were 4, 5, 6 years ago. They were a young club, but they stayed together, and a lot of these guys, even though they maybe didn't come up at the Royal system, they did a good job. Dayton Moore did a good job of putting a puzzle together.
And the thing that's been amazing, and if you're a baseball fan, you can't help but admire what the Royals have done. Everything came together individually at a time when it came together collectively. There were some questions about whether Kane would be a really good serviceable major league hitter and a center fielder. Well, he's done that in the last couple of years. There's a strike. Big questions about Moustakas. They sent him down. He came back much better player because of it.
Sometimes you have to trade some of your better players too. At the time they traded Zach Greinke. I mean, everybody knows about Zach Greinke, how great a pitcher he is and was with the Royals. Traded him for Kane.
Fastball down the middle, 1-2.
To the Milwaukee Brewers. Kane has had a tough time against Velasco, though. Just 1 hit in 11 at bats, and Ricky's been able to strike him out 4 times.
Nice stop again by Suzuki. So Escobar still at second base, in part because Suzuki's blocked a couple of pitches here.
Right now, that breaking ball for Velasco, the looking at the home plate as a pitcher, he's working on the outer half of the plate to make it break, and it's breaking away. He's got to go more down the middle and then let it break down away.
2-2. And a rifle shot to right field. It'll put the Royals up 1-0. And the ball not fielded cleanly by Santana. Kane was going to have a double anyway, a pair of doubles, and the first run goes to Kansas City.
That breaking ball just stayed up, allowed Kane to inside out that ball into right center, picking up just his 4th double, but driving in his 23rd run. See where that ball was left, and Kane opened up quickly, and Escobar scoring the first run of the ball game.
And now Eric Hosmer. Left field corner and deep. Grossman. A foul ball and no catch. A strike.
Good effort by Grossman right there. You can see that padded wall starts to go up toward that limestone, and he banged into it hard. Made it just foul over that padding.
One strike. Hosmer's been Kansas City's best hitter this year from opening day to today. Fastball up and in.
Well, to win the World Series like the Royals did last year, you need you guys to stay healthy first of all, and Hosmer a big part of that success. You can see the numbers that he has put together this year. Last year he drove in 93 runs. That was a career high, while hitting 18 home runs and hit 297 in 158 games.
And foul back.
Hosmer just 26 years old, already in his 6th season with the Kansas City Royals. 3-time All-Star, excuse me, 3-time Gold Glove winner. Not yet an All-Star.
And nice breaking ball and a swing and a miss. Hosmer is out number 2. Escobar had a groin injury. And we'll hear from Audra Martin an update on Escobar's last couple weeks, and obviously feeling well. Was on a rehab assignment down in Fort Myers.
I like what Jack Morris said in the pregame. Nice to have Escobar back, even though he's good, great for the clubhouse. Everybody loves Esky, but he, like everybody else, wants to produce between the lines.
A little bit low, ball 1 to Kendrys Morales, who is really struggling this year for Kansas City. Got a day off yesterday, just what Ned Yost referred to it as a mental health day. And Morales, particularly from the left side, where he gets most of his at-bats, hitting just .137. And now up and away, 2-0.
Hitting .190 overall.
.341 from the right side. Just 16 hits and 117 at-bats. 2-0. And now 3-0. Another guy you want to walk, certainly. Salvador Perez on deck.
Yeah, a lot of people giving Morales a lot of credit on what he was able to do last year to really unite this ball club. He was kind of like the missing piece to that puzzle. When he hit .290, drove in 106 runs last year and 22 home runs for the Royals.
Line to Mauer, 3-0 pitch, and that's the way the season's gone for Morales. Green lighted on 3-0, and he hits a rocket to Mauer. Royals with a couple of doubles in the game's first run. Managing a whole lot more than he's enjoyed year number 2 so far. Hoping the Twins can win this series and just take steps toward the long road back toward respectability. The Menards batting order: Eduardo Nunez leading off, then Joe Mauer, Miguel Sano, Trevor Plouffe, Young Ho Park, Robbie Grossman, Eduardo Escobar, Kurt Suzuki, and Danny Santana.
And it'll be 31-year-old Ian Kennedy on the mound for the Royals, making his ninth start. His second against the Twins. His first start as a Kansas City Royal came against the Twins, and he won that ball game 7-0 and pitched 6 2/3 innings of shutout baseball.
How valuable has Eduardo Nunez been for the Twins? A utility infielder on opening day, playing sparingly until Trevor Plouffe got hurt, and then he went over to third, started hitting right away. It hasn't really stopped through Escobar's time on the disabled list, and now Brian Dozier gets at least tonight off, so the Twins move him over to second base. Ground ball hit right to Omar Infante, to Hosmer, one away.
Well, Nunez saying himself that, you know what, for maybe 1 year in New York, I know he played some outfield, a little bit of short when Jeter was hurt. Other than that, you know, he's kind of always a utility type player.
Royals in the field, and even with the injuries, are pretty good. Dyson can run awfully well in left. Kane covers a lot of ground at center. Paulo Orlando in right. Merrifield, Escobar, Infante, Hosmer, and maybe the best catcher in the American League, Salvador Perez. There's Merrifield. He may get a chance to play extensively at third base if Moustakas' injury is serious at all. Mauer drives one to left. Dyson going back at the wall. And that ball's gone. A home run for Mauer to tie the game.
How many times have we seen Joe Mauer take the first pitch? This time he jumps all over it and takes that ball the other way, as he does so well. This one had some height and just enough to get out.
Center cut right down the middle, which I'm sure is not where Kennedy wanted to deliver the pitch, and Mauer got it just over the wall and just out of the reach of Dyson.
Home run number 3 on the year for Mauer. It ties the game at 1 apiece.
Strike one. Sano got a day off over the weekend to try to have well, what we say, Ned Yost called it a mental health day, just a day to collect yourself and give your brain a break. Inside, now 2-1.
Yeah, both these pitchers here today, Kennedy and Nolasco, almost the same type of pitchers, not overpowering with the fastball. Both of them excellent control over their careers, and they rely on that breaking ball and a changeup.
Tapped foul, 2-2.
A little changeup right there, so no way out front. Kennedy making his 4th career start against the Twins. He first faced the Twins when he was with the Diamondbacks back in 2011, and then in 2014 with the Padres, and then his opening day assignment for the Royals against the Twins as a Royal.
And off the plate now, 3-2. If you stacked up the Royal starters right now, you'd have to say that statistically Kennedy has been their ace. A little bit better than Volquez. Ventura's had some bad games along the way. Pulled foul. You're looking at the starting rotation that has had a couple of injuries to it.
Well, you know what, we talk about our staff, you know, quality starts. We have 17 quality starts. The Twins do. They have only 15 quality starts.
Drilled to center, man alive, and that ball knuckles out to Kane for out number 2.
I don't think Sano could have hit it any harder. A fastball right there, but right at Kane in center field.
Kennedy gave up a home run to Mauer, and that's kind of the way his season has gone. 6 of the 7 home runs have been hit against him on the road.
Yeah, actually he's 3-2 on the road in 5 starts, and this is his 6th start on the road. And at home, very good 1.93 ERA.
Dave Island, the pitching coach for the Royals. Trevor Plouffe, the batter. Popped up, back and out of play.
You know, Kenny was a free agent at the end of the year, and he ended up signing a 5-year contract with the Kansas City Royals through 2020. A guy that's really been pretty durable. He's guaranteed almost 30 starts a year, which he has been over the last 6 years. Good fastball right there, just missing.
1-1. Cloudy skies, but they're hopeful that the storm that's going to come isn't going to come until later tonight. Fouled away, 1-2. Glorious weather over the weekend. A lot of Blue Jay fans here.
Trevor, good numbers against Kennedy. 4 hits in 9 at-bats with a home run. He has the most at-bats against Ian Kennedy.
And another foul to the seats.
Padre, I think she said in the open how bad the offense was in that Blue Jay series when they hit only 165 as a ball club. Not a lot of hits. Hopefully they can pick it up here in the Royal series.
High chopper over the mound. Escobar spins, fires, and throws off target and into the camera well. Might be a base hit. It will be an error to Escobar, and Plouffe goes to second base.
Yeah, it should be an infield base hit, and then the throwing error by Escobar would be his 7th error of the year. And Escobar has to go up the middle and then do the old spin around right here. And it looked like he had a little trouble gripping that baseball. This Moustakas off the bag.
They do give Plouffe an infield hit and an error charge to Escobar.
I think that's a correct call.
And now Byung-ho Park. Park hoping to break out of a skid here.
Oh,
hitting the helmet.
Curveball that stayed up and in.
So now 2 aboard for Robbie Grossman.
So 5th hits batsman of the year for Kennedy. That was just a curveball that slipped out of his hand. Watch where this starts. Almost behind Park and right off the top of the helmet.
Now Grossman 4 for 9 since being promoted to the Twins. And down and away, ball 1. There weren't many opportunities like this in the Toronto series, and when the Twins had situations like this, they didn't get much out of them. See if Grossman can deliver a big hit with the Twins in front here.
And that's been a problem all season long. You know, 2 out hitting with runners in scoring position. Twins hitting under 200 in that area. They'd like to improve on that. Grossman has never faced Kennedy.
Down and in, and it's 2-0.
Kennedy coming off a start against the Boston Red Sox at Kansas City. He worked into the 6th inning, got a no decision in the Royals 3-2 win. Prior to that, he got beat around by the Yankees, where he gave up 7 runs in 6 in the 3rd innings. Lost that ball game 7-3.
And Anthony's a fastball. 2-1. 9 at bats, 4 hits. Not much of a sample size, but Grossman certainly has given the Twins what they were sorely needing, some production from the left field spot and competency from the left field spot.
Yeah, double, a home run, driven in 3 runs.
2-2.
Big swing through that off fastball right there.
And a base hit right field. Plouffe to third. He's going to be waved around, and now Gene Glenn tried to stop him, and Plouffe will score because of an off-target throw by Orlando. Glenn waved him in, and then about a third of the way through, he put up the stop sign, but Trevor ran through it. It's 2-1.
Oh, tough to judge. Now Grossman hits this ball sharply, and Orlando out in right field has a very good arm. And I don't know about the accuracy because it was offline a little bit. Ended up in foul territory down that first baseline. A good throw probably gets Trevor Plouffe, but Trevor scoring the 2nd run of the inning. So an RBI single for Grossman, driving in his 4th run.
And now Escobar, 1st and 3rd, 2 down. Swing and a miss. And Escobar, like the rest of the regulars from last year, struggling offensively before he went on the disabled list. Hosmer, wrong guy to hit it to. Really good over there at first. A hot ground ball for the third out. But the Twins get a couple of runs to take a 2-1 lead.
Twins, after having another struggle offensively this week, and we're hoping that having Eduardo Escobar back in the lineup will give them a much-needed spark, but it's more about what he does off the field that they're excited to have him back, because it's his personality. Every single guy I talked to today said that it's that lighthearted, fun personality, that energy that he brings that they miss the most. Now, obviously, the combination of his success down in Fort Myers, he went 4 for 11 with a double and a triple, mixed with that positive attitude, can go a long way. Kurt Suzuki even said he came to work automatically in a good mood today, knowing that Eduardo would be back. Guys.
And that's important. Thank you very much.
This one hit to left, and Grossman goes back, and can't make the play. It one-hops the wall, and Perez has the third Kansas City double. Well, the Royals teeing off on Velasco here. 3 well-struck doubles, and remember that the out that ended the first inning was a line drive off the bat of Morales.
Well, he's left a couple breaking balls up right here. The one to Escobar to lead off the first inning, that wasn't a bad pitch, but that ball right there, you can see Perez, one of these guys that likes to reach out and use that strength. And hits that ball over the head of Grossman for his 10th double of the year.
Paulo Orlando's been swinging the bat well for the Royals this year, getting a chance to play regularly now in right field.
When you get guys leaning, you have to really start. There's a fastball right there that hit right up the middle. You got to start working some guys inside, a little comfortable leaning out over and getting that breaking ball.
Perez wasn't sure where Escobar was, so he headed back towards second base and will only gain third base on the sharp single to center.
And location. Look at this pitch. It's belt high. That runs right back over the plate, and Orlando hitting it right back up the middle.
Omar Infante will bat.
They'll take the bunt away from this guy too. Trevor playing back.
Off the plate, ball 1. He's hoping to get a double play grounder here off the bat of Infante. Velasco has yet to get a ground ball double play this year.
Yeah, these two were teammates, Velasco and Infante, in Florida, both of them with the Marlins. Infante 2011 and 12, and Ricky Velasco spent 8 years with the Marlins.
Swing and a miss at the off-speed pitch, 1-1.
Infante, the veteran on that Royal everyday playing staff. 15 years he's been at the big league level. Started with the Tigers back in 2002.
And Hard to right center field, and Sano back reaches up to pull it down. A sacrifice fly, scoring Perez from third, and we're tied. Another well hit ball.
And Infante picking up an RBI, his 7th of the year as Perez scores. And Orlando, who went halfway, gets back to first.
Gerard Dyson will bat with 1 out and 1 on. Dyson will get a chance in left field, you'd think, with Alex Gordon on the disabled list. The Royals are saying that top end are the most optimistic. They would expect Gordon to be out for 3 to 4 weeks. So again, it's the same wrist that he broke last year in his collision with the fence in left center.
Well, Tyson's kind of the 4th outfielder. He's always the guy that, you know, will come in for defense later on. He's got tremendous speed. Throw over.
The problem is not that he can't play left field adequately, but he has been such a weapon off the bench. You know, we saw in the postseason last year Alex Gordon with a base hit, and the Royals had the lead, and Gordon was a Gold Glove winning left fielder, and they pinch ran Dyson with the lead in the late innings of a playoff game. Because he's unstoppable. Yeah, I haven't seen anybody yet stop him.
That Terrence Gore also.
Yes.
There's another speedster.
1-0. And the ball lifted foul.
Yeah, Terrence Gore now in the minor leagues, AAA Omaha for the Royals. But nice to have that on your bench for Ned Yost. Gore was up earlier, Tyson.
When you've got some guys that don't run particularly well, and the Royals have that, Morales and Perez. You'd almost rather Dyson be in the starting lineup than, you know, waiting for his chance coming off the bench.
You know, speed is a big part of his game. Just making contact sometimes is, and he's a guy that has learned, you know, to keep the ball out of the air, try to beat it into the ground, and utilize that speed.
2-1. And now 3-1 with Escobar on deck.
Velasco fighting his control here early. 34 pitches. 24 in the first. Neil Allen watching.
And foul back. 3-2.
Dyson in his 7th season with the Royals. He was a 50th round pick for the Royals back in 2006. Southwest Junior College in Summit, Mississippi is where he went to school and signed by the Royals.
Runner goes, swung on and missed. Suzuki's throw on one hop gets by Escobar, and picking himself up heading for third is Orlando, and he'll reach. Stolen base will be an air charge to Suzuki, with Escobar trying to pick up the one hop throw and drop the tag.
Yeah, you got to find a way to stop that ball somehow. I know there's 2 outs, but the speedy Orlando gets to third. Orlando stealing just his 2nd base of the year. Didn't get the best of jump, and to throw a little low, and Escobar trying to catch the ball and apply the tag at the same time, but he forgot about the ball. See, it went underneath his glove.
And now the batter, Escobar. Backhanded by Suzuki. 1-0.
Air charge to Suzuki. That is his 3rd error of the year. And for the Twins, that's their 27th. 37 pitches. Not a good strike to ball ratio for Ricky Nolasco.
Breaking ball over for a strike. And driven foul. Nolasco trying to keep the ball off the barrels of the bats. The Royals, first time through the order, hit 6 balls very hard. including Escobar's double that he hooked down the left field line. One and two. Target inside. Pitch was inside off the plate. 2-2.
Escobar very steady at short. He plays in almost every game. Since 2011, he's only missed 29 regular season games. So he stayed injury free.
And now a full count. Merrifield on deck. Been a struggle for Nolasco. 41 pitches already.
Nolasco making his 8th career start against the Royals. 2 wins, 3 losses. Good ERA under 4 at 3.83. 4 of the 7 previous starts were quality starts against the Royals.
And a breaking ball strikes him out. Royals tie it up. A couple of hits, and it's 2 apiece. Tied at 2. Twins will hit now in the bottom of the 2nd, and Kurt Suzuki will lead things off.
You see Ricky Nolasco trying to figure it out right there. Hopefully the 3rd will be better than the first 2.
Suzuki, Santana, and Nunez in the 2nd inning, facing Ian Kennedy. Gave up a couple of earned runs in the 1st inning.
Kennedy struggled in that 1st inning. The home run by Mauer, a couple more base hits. 23 pitches.
But the only highlight for the Twins yesterday, Kurt Suzuki, a really nice milestone, career hit number 1,000. And now down and away, 2-0. Pierzynski got his 2,000th hit earlier. We'll most likely see him unless the Braves trade him by the time we play the Braves. Yadier Molina, Brian McCann, Russell Martin, Miguel Montero will be the next catcher, presumably, to get to 1,000 hits. 2-0 to Suzuki. Base hit out of the reach of Infante. Another bullet off the bat of Suzuki. That'll bring up Danny Santana. He'll hit left-handed. He's hitting over 300 from this side of the plate. It's been kind of a hot and cold season for Santana.
Yeah, you know, he's been hot for a while. Then he'll kind of go into a little mini slump, and then he'll find that groove, get the pitches to his liking, and get hot again. So over the last 12 ball games, hitting over 300.
Here is Santana.
Yeah, 267, but as a left-handed hitter, he's hitting 301.
And a bunt in the air right to Hosmer.
Oh.
He dropped the ball. And Santana will replace Suzuki at first. So an out recorded, no error. And if anything, the Twins will take that exchange.
Yes,
they got
will.
a speedier runner at first in Danny Santana.
Yeah, Santana with 9 stolen bases. Kurt Suzuki has yet to attempt a stolen base. Hosmer came in. I think it just took his eye off the ball right here.
You know what he took his eye off, and we talked about it with the Dozier pop-up over the weekend. He took his eye off to see if Santana was running out of the box.
Yep.
So now Santana, candidate to steal against Salvador Perez and whoever is pitching for the Royals. In this case, it's Kennedy with Nunez at the plate. Santana 9 for 14. Twins are 30 for 38 in stolen bases.
Kennedy, one of these pitchers, kind of tough to run on. There have been 4 stolen bases attempts against him, only 1 successful. Combination of holding on the runner, combination of your catcher Perez having a very strong arm.
Driven foul.
But the Twins have been stealing some bases, 30 bases overall. And since May 10th, Twins have 12 of those 30. Been caught only 8 times.
Popped up short center. Santana started towards second but spun his wheels and retreated 2 away. Fox Sports North is proud to partner with Girls on the Run Twin Cities to empower girls to be healthy and confident. Join us for the Girls on the Run Spring 5K presented by Alaris Mortgage on Saturday, June 4th at Normandale Community College in Bloomington. To register, visit foxsportsnorth.com. Click on upcoming events. Bauer tattooed the first pitch he saw at homer just out of the reach of Gerard Dyson and over the wall and left for a game-tying home run. Let's see if Santana takes off here. Low throw dug out by Hosmer.
Kennedy uses that slide step. He'll make Santana stop.
Santana goes, and the pitch swung on and missed, and Perez didn't handle the pitch cleanly, and so Santana swipes second base.
Yeah, what helped that right there too is that high leg kick that Kennedy showed. And Santana steals a base, gets into scoring position, steals his 10th base of the year.
We've seen Santana in center field. Another look at his stolen base here. Bauer now with a 1-strike count, a man in scoring position as the Twins try to retake the lead. The Twins' original plan was to have Santana move around the field, all 3 outfield spots and 3 infield spots, and then when Byron Buxton was sent down, he became the everyday center fielder. 1-1 to Bauer. Now inside, but you can see, I mean, Danny Santana has some tools. Now they're not maybe refined to the point that the Twins would like, and he's not as consistent as they would like and hope that he'll be eventually. But the guy can run. He's a switch hitter. He's shown bunting skills, although not here this inning.
He's kind of back to where he was in 2014.
So you're going to foul 2-2.
You know, last year was kind of a sophomore jinx for him when he hit only .215 in 91 ball games. But you go back a couple years ago, in 2014, played 101 ball games, hit .319, and stole 20 bases in 24 attempts.
He and Kenny Vargas both made an impression that year, and then Vargas struggled last year. Santana struggled.
Yeah, Vargas doing well down in Rochester, but there's not much place for him to come up and play with the designated hitter rule. I mean, designated hitter already here with Park and Mauer at first.
2-2 to Mauer. Jam shot and a dribbler up the right side. Infante to Hosmer. And the Twins leave Santana on the board. We're on to the third inning, tied at 2. Baseball on Fox Sports North is presented by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. And by North Dakota Tourism. Start your journey at NorthDakotaLegendary.com. Rain's holding off. We got a 2-2 game going to the third. Whit Merrifield leads things off, and he chops one foul. One of the things, and it's I think an understated part of the Kansas City success the last couple of years, we talk about when a player gets hurt and the organization basically says, all right, next man in. Well, last year the Royals lost Alex Gordon, a guy who was kind of a cornerstone player for them for an extended period of time. They didn't lose a beat, and so now it might be that maybe Moustakas will have to miss some time, and Merrifield will get a chance there, and Dyson will get a chance in left field for Gordon. 1-1. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Sometimes as a young player you get stuck behind some certain players. You can imagine coming up in the Baltimore Oriole organization and you're a shortstop when you first come up. What's the chances of you playing? They had a guy named Cal Ripken that never missed a game playing short. Then he moved over to third.
Or if you were a Yankees shortstop and you were growing up and you had a lot of physical tools, and well, that was Eduardo Nunez. He was not going to take Derek Jeter's spot.
No, they wanted his bat in the lineup. They put him in the outfield, and then when Jeter got hurt, he played some short.
2-2, and up the line, foul.
Merrifield, 27 years old, 7 years in the minor leagues, over 2,200 at bats in the minor leagues, a .274 hitter. Very good speed, 138 minor league stolen bases. Just made his major league debut. 1 for 6 so far.
And already now pitch number 49 for Nolasco. He's only gotten 6 outs.
3 strikeouts for Nolasco. No walks.
on the ground and into right field. A base hit. Light rain starting to fall now at Target Field.
Yeah, Ricky just leaving some pitches up.
June 8th is Superhero Night at Target Field. A limited number of superhero theme night ticket packages are available that include a game ticket and a Twins superhero t-shirt. For every ticket purchased, the Twins will donate a Twins superhero cape to a child at Gillette Children's Hospital, and a portion of each ticket will go to Gillette Specialty Healthcare. Go to twinsbaseball.com/superhero night to learn more about the superhero theme night offer. I'm guessing you were a Superman guy growing up.
Not really.
Inside, ball one. Well, who
wasn't really much into action heroes growing up?
What about
Mighty
Mouse? No?
No.
1-0 to Lorenzo Cain. Doubled in a run his first time up.
I like Popeye.
Okay, well, he's kind of a superhero.
Oh, yeah. A cartoon character.
To left center field. Santana with the catch, one away.
A better location of that breaking ball right there. Cain got underneath it, hit the fly ball.
Well, it's a good thing.
Well, how about you? I mean,
your wife Gail looks nothing like olive oil, and that's a good thing.
That's a very good thing. Let's take a look at this last pitch right here to Cain again, who's been swinging a very good bat. Ball down. Cain with that uppercut swing. One out. You're in the third.
Here's Hosmer. Chop foul. One strike.
Good change up there.
I was a Batman guy. I liked how well written the scripts were and the acting.
You wanted his car, didn't you? And you wanted a house he lived in.
That was cool.
Yeah.
With a cave. One strike to Hosmer.
You guys have those up here. They're called basements. We don't have those in Florida.
If you had a basement in Florida, it'd be full of water most of the time, right?
Yes, it would.
Alligators, rattlesnakes.
You know, Alaska has not gotten a double play turn behind him yet. If you get Hosmer, hopefully hit a sharp ground ball, he might turn one. He's hit into 5 of them so far.
1-1. And a base hit instead. A liner to left field.
Good piece of hitting right there by Hosmer. Not trying to pull it, just took it the other way. So 6 hits now off of Alaska with 1 out here in the 3rd inning.
And that'll bring up Morales.
3 doubles and 3 singles.
Sinker down and away, and Hosmer just went with it. Here is Kendrys Morales. He's frustrated, of course, because of his success or lack of it from this side of the plate. And then first time tonight, runner at second, 2 down, and he hit a rocket to Joe Mauer for the 3rd out.
Going to keep trying to get a ground ball. He's hit into 7 double plays.
Scooped by Suzuki.
You know, I think Morales kind of used the Twins and the Mariners to get back to where he was last year. You know, he was battling injuries. See where he was last year compared to this year. 37 runs batted in. He ended up knocking in 106 last year.
To me, that's the one move that convinced me by the All-Star break that the Royals were going to get to the postseason. And then, of course, once they got there, who knows what was going to happen. But here they gave up a quick trip to the mound by Kurt Suzuki. They gave up a known quantity in Billy Butler. Diminished production, of course, but at least you kind of knew what you were going to get from Butler. How in the world could they have known that Morales, after a very disappointing year, first with the Twins, then with Seattle, would be able to produce the way he did last year.
Yeah, with the Twins, he played in 39 ball games, hit .234, only hit 1 home run. Went to Seattle, hit 7 home runs, but hit only .207. Then last year, one reason again they won the World Series because of this guy right here,
2-0.
Morales.
And now 3-0. It's just been a struggle for Nolasco from the game's first pitch.
You saw that last pitch, the movement down and away. That's where, again, you want to start that ball right down the heart of the plate. Let it sink away, and you might get a ground ball. But instead, now you're in a hitter's count. Second time that Morales has had a 3-0 count. Last time he swung, and he hit a line drive to Joe Mauer at first.
Takes strike one, 3-1.
Again, now you're still in a fastball mode, but you have to trust that sinker to hopefully keep it down in the strike zone. See if Suzuki works the outer half of the plate.
And a liner foul into the seats.
That didn't have any sink on it. That was pretty straight.
Nolasco started out okay. At least, you know, 3 of his first 3 starts were okay, including his season opening start in Kansas City. Suzuki to the mound again.
Yeah, in April, Nolasco was 1-0 with a 3.25 ERA in his first 4 starts, but in 4 starts in May, he's 0-2 with an ERA at 6.65 coming into this game.
And hasn't pitched more than 6 innings in any outing since. Full count to Morales. Nolasco trying to keep this a tie game. Runners go. Check swing. Ball 3. Or a ball 4, I should say. It's a walk. And Morales will go to first. Bases loaded now with 1 down.
They tried the breaking ball. Morales laid off of it where the runner's taking off. So bases loaded, 1 out for Salvador Perez. And Neil Allen out to talk to his right-hander. See if he went too far. See where that ball ended up, and he did not. Suzuki knocking it down.
Perez doubled leading off the second and ended up scoring the tying run last inning. Now Alan Porter is going to try to move the proceedings along here.
Yeah, with the speed up rules, the pitching coach gets, and the manager, they get about 30 seconds out there, and they want them to run back as Neil Allen did to the dugout.
Despite that, games are about 7 minutes longer than they were last year.
It's a game of baseball, my goodness.
You don't like the attempt to speed up the game?
No, I don't. I mean, yes, but no. I don't think the game has any bearing as far as the clock. Good pitch right there.
Strike 1.
Last year, maybe umpires were a little more forceful of hitters not stepping out of the batter's box.
Off the tip of Plouffe's glove, a base hit to left, and Merrifield will score. And the Royals are in front. Looked like Trevor got a piece of it, but another well-hit ball. And the Royals have scored at least 1 run here in the first 3 innings.
Yeah, again, Perez goes down and gets that ball and hooks it past Plouffe, driving in his 22nd run.
Well, Trevor did get a piece of it. Bases are now loaded again with a run in, and Paulo Orlando, the batter, he singled sharply his first time up.
They jumped on that first fastball, hit her right back up the middle into center field.
Strike 1.
Well, Nolasco's just not sharp. You saw Suzuki again sit away, and that ball is breaking ball pretty much down the heart of the plate.
Trevor May getting loose. Right center field, and Sano chasing it, making the catch. Front 2 runners will tag. It's another run for the Royals. They now lead 4-2.
Well, the second sacrifice fly to Sano to get an RBI. This time it's Orlando. He picks up his 9th RBI. So Hosmer scores, and Morales over to third.
16 plate appearances, and Nolasco's only retired 8 batters. And now Infante. Fouled into the third level here.
I guess we have to say it again. It's no secret why the Twins are 11-32. I guess being a former pitcher, I know Jack Morris talks about it. You need consistency out of that starting staff. And even though they've had 6 of 9 their last games quality starts,
Check swing.
the Twins are still 3-6 in those 9 ball games. The starters come into this ball game combined 5 wins and 20 losses, an ERA at 5.02. As Tom Kelly would say, that's unacceptable.
1-1. The American League earned run average right now, all 15 teams, 4.03. The Twins have a team ERA of 4.91. Now, California math, Minnesota math, that's nearly a full run higher than the norm. So it's another way of saying the same thing. The Twins are where they are because the pitching, primarily because the pitching hadn't been very good this year.
Very inconsistent, I guess we'd use that word.
And the rain starts to come down again, and some fans start to scatter. 2-2. Up and away. So many deep counts, and this will be pitch number 70 for Nolasco, and he's still toiling in the third inning.
Well, again, 41 pitches of the 69, 28. He's 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. He's given up 7 hits.
And inside a walk, and the bases are reloaded, and I'm not sure how much more of this Paul Molitor can watch here tonight. Number 9 batter is Dyson, and Nolasco struck him out. The Royals are already leading 4-2 and are threatening to break it open here in the third inning. In the inning, 3 singles, 2 walks, and a sacrifice fly. On the ground, pass to sliding Nunez. It'll score 2 more. And it's a 4-run inning with the number 9 batter driving in 2.
Jumping on another fastball pretty much right down the heart of the plate. Dyson picks up RBI number 5 and 6 on the year. And Paul Molitor has to come out. So again, location. And that ball had some movement, but belt high. So a short start by Ricky Nolasco.
And a mounting lead for the Royals at 6-2, with the Twins still looking to get the 9th out of the ball game.
Yeah, for Nolasco, his shortest start of the year.
Trevor May been working toward the end of the ball game. He'll be summoned here in the third. Alasko with 2 outs in the third. The Royals already leading 6-2. Look at our Quicken Loans rocket arms for the Royals and Twins. Trevor May with 30 strikeouts. Michael Tonkin with 28. Herrera and Hoshaver 26 and 24.
Yeah, we'll see how far Trevor May can go into this ball game, but he has struggled. It started in Cleveland. Over his last 4 outings, a total of 2 innings, he's given up 10 hits and 8 runs, all of them earned. So maybe they want to stretch out Trevor May here and get this final out here.
Well,
third inning.
Yeah, really struggling, of course, and this is a different assignment for him. And I think you're right. He may be asked to go a couple innings here and try to straighten some things out.
Well, big thing is what he wants to straighten out is that keep that fastball down.
Strike called with Dyson stealing second base.
Yeah, Dyson, another stolen base, his 8th of the year in 10 attempts. Second stolen base for the Royals. They got a great jump. Suzuki holds onto the ball.
Two strikes. And a chopper left side, backhanded by Escobar. Good play to retire the other Escobar, but the Royals bunch things together and put together a 4-run third inning and lead by 4 runs as we go to the bottom of the third.
To get things going offensively for this team, changing the lineup is one of them. He's certainly done that a lot. In fact, the Twins are the only team in the American League to have used 40 or more different lineup combinations, and the only team that has yet to use the same combination more than twice this season. Just to put things in perspective, the American League average is 32 different combinations, and on average, teams have used the lineup at least 5 times. That's the average. Again, the Twins have yet to use the same lineup combination as the rain is coming down. They've yet to use it more than twice in the season, and with Brian Dozier out, it's another new combination tonight, guys.
Almost seems hard to do. Thank you, Audra. 44 games now and 40 different lineups. Rain is really coming down here, but we are under the assumption it's a shower that will pass because Larry DeVito, the grounds crew chief here, has been in consultation with the umpires, and now here comes Jeff Kellogg. He started toward the infield, and now
he's just gonna. There he comes. It's just raining too hard, too steady, and here comes the ground crew.
So we'll have a delay here with the leadoff batter on at the plate, and the Royals out in front 6-2. And the
grounds crew here at Target Field, and everywhere in baseball has had plenty of practice doing that. I'm so grateful that years ago when I served on the grounds crew it never rained.
They do such a great job.
7 full-time members. I had a chance to have lunch with Larry today. 7 full-time members of the grounds crew, and a total of 40 different people over the course of the 12 months and all that working here. And that, you know, I can promise you in your Met Stadium days there weren't 40 people that were on the grounds crew.
If we could get them out of the stands to help out.
It was Dick Erickson.
Oh, yeah,
and about maybe 1 or 2 other guys, and then they filled in guys to roll out the tarp.
Well, they had the tarp out in right field on a mechanical type of roller that would come rolling in from right field, and a lot of times by the time it got there, the infield was soaked. Great job by this crew right here, getting it covered as quick as they did.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, about 20 guys. And there might be a woman or 2 in there, but
California math, I have about 50 out there.
Okay, but they did get the field covered. Now it is really coming down, and then when it does stop, if we resume play, we're going to have the field will need to be treated because it did take a little bit of water. When it rains, it pours. We'll take a break because it's pouring. And we'll come back to Target Field in a moment. frank, the wait of the rain delay can't be a whole lot longer than the wait to pitch after the second inning to the bottom of the third, because Kansas City batted around, scored 4 runs in the third. Twins had a pitching change within that bat around inning, and now 0-2 to Sano, and he takes in the dirt 1-2.
Well, Dick, I think you have to remember too, these ballparks underneath, before you go to the clubhouse, there are batting cages, there are mounds. So a pitcher like Kennedy, he might come out and throw 8 or 9 pitches and say, my goodness, is he ready? But I'm sure he was throwing underneath too in the tunnel.
Fouled back. And it's still 1-2.
If you're a starting pitcher, you know,
got a 4-run lead.
4-run lead, my goodness. You can see the smile on his face right there.
No problem getting the baseball from Perez. It'll be Sano, Plouffe, and Park here in the Twins' third. Twins got a couple of runs in the first, had a brief 2-1 lead. Trevor May went out to the bullpen and threw some, and then walked back to the dugout. And so we assume that on the other end of this bottom of the third, Trevor May, who got the final out of the top of the third, will pitch for the Twins in the fourth.
Yeah, Twins scored 2 runs in the first inning thanks to Joe Mauer's 3rd home run of the year, and then an RBI single by Grossman.
And another foul by Sano.
Now Kennedy, right now at 41 pitches, does not have a walk, does not have a strikeout. He does have 1 hit batsman. He's given up 4 hits.
Another 1-2 pitch. 2-2.
And these are the at-bats that you talk about with Sano. A lot of times, you know, he'll fall behind 0-2, and here it is, you know, 6, 7 more pitches needed to maybe get him out.
2-2. Another check swing, and it's 3-2. Well, the Royals just gave Kennedy a 4-run lead. Granted, there was a rain delay, but last thing he wants to do is, especially after getting ahead of Sano 0-2 before the rain delay, is to walk him.
It's going to be a fastball.
Struck him out. 1 down in the third. That'll bring up Plouffe.
Yeah, it might have been ball 4 right there. That ball almost a 2-seamer down in the strike zone. And Sano had a good battle. And swings through it. So Kennedy does pick up his first strikeout.
And now Plouffe, who singled and scored in the first inning. Breaking ball over the inside corner. We've got a home run from Mauer, a 2-out single by Plouffe, went to second on an error charge to Escobar. The hit was an infield hit, and then later Grossman drove him in with a single. 1-1.
Kennedy came into the ballgame with 50 strikeouts in 50 innings pitched in his career. Covering almost 1,300 innings, he's averaged 8 strikeouts per 9 innings.
1-2.
So he is a strikeout pitcher. 79 wins, major league wins for Kennedy, and 213 now starts. And a pinky away, a fastball away.
And foul back. Still 1-2.
Yeah, that's that fastball I was talking about, Jack Morris. You know, catcher sits down and away. You got to visualize that ball going into the glove. That ball is left up. So Perez, another fastball. Keep it down and away.
Another foul back. Twins struggled scoring runs in the Toronto series, but first time through the batting order, better results. Couple of runs on 4 hits, and now 2-2 to Plouffe. past Escobar into left center field. Plouffe has his second hit.
2 good at bats for Trevor Plouffe.
The Twins flex plan gives you the flexibility to choose your games and your number of seats. You can choose in advance or even the day of the game, so don't plan. Flex plan. Go to twinsbaseball.com/flex or call 800-33-TWINS to learn more. And now Byung-Ho Park, who was hit in the helmet by a curveball and reached first base in the first inning. Big swing and a miss. It seems like we're seeing more and more of that, when I think the Twins were hoping by the end of his second month we'd be seeing less and less of that.
Yeah, and a tough time in that Toronto series, went 0 for 11, and he's 0 for his last 18 at bats. So he needs a good at bat here. Get out of that little 0 for slump he's in.
0-2.
Park does lead the Twins in home runs with 9. He's driven in 15. 6 doubles and a triple.
In the dirt, 1-2. Talked about it before the rain delay. The Royal rotation is not as formidable as you might think. Danny Duffy's made a couple of starts and he's done well there, but I don't know that his long-term position is that of a starting pitcher. 1-2. Kennedy's been pretty solid up high, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, their starting staff 15 wins, 19 losses, an ERA of about 4.6. And again, only 15 quality starts. And this is for the Royals, their 44th game, as it is for the Twins.
Jam shot and a dribbler foul. Park hit by a pitch and the average down to 220, but you look at his numbers and he's got 9 home runs but only 12 singles. When he was in Korea, of course, it's a different game over there and the competition much tougher here, but he was a high on base guy, a high batting average guy, and that part of his game hasn't translated to the big leagues yet. 2-2. Another foul. Well, Kennedy's had to work and throw an awful lot of pitches here in the third inning. He had a long at bat before striking out Sano. Plouffe ended up having a long at bat before singling, and now Park fouling off a bunch of 2-strike pitches.
Yeah, 23 pitches so far here this inning.
1 out on the board. 2-2. And Park swings and misses. 2 down.
And strikeout number 2 for Kennedy.
That'll bring up Robbie Grossman.
Well, Grossman got the RBI single in the first inning, picking up his 4th RBI, and this is his 4th game played for the Twins. So off to a good Twin start. Hitting at 500.
Strike 1. We hope that she's still awake. We want to pass along our best wishes to Rita Welch, who's worked here for many years in the press box and a little under the weather, so we wish her the very best and hope that she
recovers quickly
and will witness a Twins come from behind win here tonight. 2 strikes to Grossman.
Fastball for strike 1, pull the string for a changeup for strike 2. Perez creeping inside.
Pitch is up, 1-2. If first impressions mean that much, Grossman's left a good one here, 5 for 10 with his new ball club. Told him today he really picked well when he left The Indians organization wanted to find a team that would get him to the big leagues quickly, and 72 hours later, after signing with the Twins, he was wearing a big league uniform.
Yeah, Grossman comes with major league experience with the Astros for 3 seasons.
One and two. And a foul back. Fourth long at bat here for Kennedy after the rain delay, under the assumption Trevor May will take the mound whenever this half inning ends. Breaking ball low, 2-2.
And every time we see this angle, I see the catcher Salvador Perez. I think of Lance Parrish. I know Jack Morris pitched a lot to Lance Parrish, just a big man, but he gets down very nicely for a pitcher. Fourth sign, and Perez kind of shook his head like, okay,
how many you got?
Get on the same page here. Kennedy wanting a fastball away.
And now 3-2. Escobar on deck.
Again, lack of control with that fastball as that pitch count mounts.
Well, this is just the 3rd inning, and if you believe that a pitcher's usually done these days around 100 pitches, he's going to have to pick up the pace here a little bit. He's still got 7 outs to get. Three and two.
Form usually means change up.
Ball 4, he walked him. And Escobar will have a chance. This will be the 5th at bat, 5th plate appearance since the rain delay.
And the first walk for Kennedy.
Escobar hit a hard ground ball right to Hosmer to wrap up the 1st inning. Escobar on the season, 23 hits, but just 28 total bases. 5 hits, and the rest of his hits have all been singles. And down the middle, strike 1.
I remember back in early April, Escobar picked up 4 doubles just like that. He has 5 on the year. He spent time on a disabled, is just activated today, but 31 doubles last year when he had 262.
And now 2 strikes to Escobar. We hope to have uninterrupted play here for the rest of the evening. Royals got 4 in the top of the 3rd. Twins trying to respond with at least 1 in the bottom of the inning. And Perez blocks it. Big body like that, who's still pretty mobile behind the plate. He's not going to win any foot races on the bases, but he can move laterally and do a nice job of blocking pitches.
And you know what? He's out there every day. Drew Butera, the backup catcher, he's played in a total of 6 games so far.
One of them was yesterday.
Yeah.
One and 2. Boy, he's gotten ahead of just about everybody this inning, and he's been unable to finish them off quickly.
Well, a couple strikeouts this inning, but he has needed a lot of pitches, and then the walk, the base hit by Trevor Plouffe. This will be pitch number 70 and pitch number 36 this inning.
The Royals are going to start activating the bullpen here. And Escobar strikes out. Kennedy strikes out the side, but he had to throw a lot of pitches to do so. And Trevor May will pick up this game for the Twins on the pitching side.
Field, but we are now in the Minnesota Lottery Winners Circle, and I am joined by a very special guest. This is Dr. David Felder, a World War II veteran, a doctor of vascular surgery, and above all, celebrating his 100th birthday today. That is quite a milestone. Dr. Felder, what is the secret to 100 years?
Moderate living.
Moderate living.
That's the best I can do.
And I heard your wife is quite a good cook, too, so good home cooking helps?
You bet.
And I hear you've been a big Twins fan, and you used to make it out to a lot of games, but you're here celebrating with your family?
Right. From all over the country.
Well, 100 years, that's a pretty great reason to bring everybody out. So you are going to get $100 worth of scratch-off tickets from the Minnesota Lottery. So that is our way of saying thank you and happy birthday, and pleasure meeting you, Doctor.
Me too.
Guys, back to you.
That is awesome. Great find right there. Happy 100th birthday, young man.
And I've been telling you for 22 years the key to a long life is moderate living. And you won't listen to me, but I'll bet you'll take Doc's words to heart.
I sure did.
So,
from here on out,
moderate living.
Whatever that means, I'm going to be moderate.
I don't like your chances, but swing and a miss. It's Merrifield, Kane, and Hosmer with Trevor May finishing off the third inning. And then, like Kennedy, had to sit through the long rain delay.
Yeah, it was Merrifield that started the 4-run third inning off of Ricky Nolasco with a base hit.
And fouled away.
Trevor May in his third season with the Twins, 26 years old.
And now up high 2-2.
And that's what we have seen from May. Pushes that ball up in the zone. Just can't find the consistency down with that fastball. I talked about the numbers he gave up over the last 4 starts. Also 4 home runs.
And that ball rifled to the gap in left center field. That's going to run all the way to the wall. Merrifield has his second hit, and he'll hold up with a double. Royals with 4 leadoff hits in all 4 innings, 3 of them doubles.
First major league extra base hit for Merrifield is now 3 for 8. As he got that straight fastball and lined it into that left center field wall all the way down to the bullpen area. The Royals with their 9th hit.
And now Lorenzo Cain, he drove in a run with a first inning double. Fastball up out of the strike zone.
Another high fastball.
One thing you have to do with this Royals team, and one of the things that has gotten them to the World Series the last 2 years, you hear about the bullpen, and it's a big part of it. Disciplined at bats. They don't chase. And these young players, Kane among them, used to do that, and they have really tightened up that part of their game. If May wants to get Kane out, he's got to throw it over the plate because they won't chase pitches. Generally. And a couple of swings by Kane. It's 1-2.
And you can see the fastball just right past the swinging Kane. So I'm going to guess another fastball right here.
Dale Swaim deserves a lot of credit for refining these Kansas City hitters.
When a hitter is slow on the fastball, why throw him something off speed? Make the hitter adjust.
2-2. Merrifield at second after his leadoff double. Fouled it off his leg, and that hurts. One day. This is a potentially,
That Remember the prior pitch, he went down and kind of rearranged that little guard that he has right there. And let's see where this ball hits him. It's a fastball middle in. Oh boy, right in the thigh area. Right thigh.
Above the knee, it looked like. Right on the knee.
Oh boy. Left. Sorry.
Saying that yesterday the Royals lost Alex Gordon in the collision with Mike Moustakas, and as it turned out, they lost Moustakas too. And now Kane fouling one right off his kneecap.
Thank you. Boy, you hope that hit just above the kneecap, not directly on. See the pain that Kane is showing on his face. Taking a deep breath.
Ordinarily you see that on a pitch down and in, and it's a foot or an ankle, but this was higher up on the kneecap.
That knee right away.
Royals are thrilled that he's able to stand and put some weight on that knee. He'll continue the at bat, but the real test will be, provided he puts it in play, how will he be able to run down the first baseline?
Nick Kenny, I believe that was Nick Kenny, the head trainer for the Royals out there with Ned Yost. Hobbling into the batter's box. Don't blame him.
Two and two to Kane. May looking for his first out of the fourth inning. And now it's 3-2. Foul to the backstop. Beyond the 40-minute rain delay, this game has had no pace or rhythm to it at all. Royals have scored in every inning so far. Twins have scored or had a man in scoring position in every inning. Another 3-2. And Kane swings through a 94-mile-per-hour heater. Gingerly heads back to the dugout.
Yeah, there's been over 100 pitches thrown already in the first 3+ innings. So, well, kind of like the two previous fastballs that Kane swung through. Finally, he swings through another one, and May picks up his first strikeout.
Now Hosmer struck out in the first, singled and scored in the third. Just off the outside corner, ball one.
I think Hosmer showed in his last at bat when he took that Ricky Nolasco pitch the other way, while this guy was a very, very good hitter.
Counting his third inning single, here's where Hosmer has split his hits almost perfectly to all three fields.
Yep. But that's a sign of a very, very good hitter.
And yet he has 8 home runs. It's not like he's given up power to hit for a 300 average. Fouled back. One and two. May overpowers Hosmer with a fastball. 2 down.
Second straight strikeout for May. Fastball away. You see Suzuki sitting outside. You're right, he just overpowered Hosmer there.
Morales with a liner, and then Nolasco walked him in the 3rd inning. And Morales eventually came around to score one of the 4 runs. And a breaking ball over strike 1. Driven foul into the left field corner.
One thing that Neil Allen, the pitching coach, has done with Trevor May is it's eliminated his slider. Basically fastball, curveball, and then the very good changeup.
You see the stuff that could make Trevor May an effective starter?
Yeah, I do.
Twins obviously have some bullpen issues, but
he's just been too valuable out there. Last year he was. He's struggling right now. Hopefully he just needs a good outing, and this is why won't be surprised if you see May out there next inning too. And it just gets some mound time out there.
1-2.
Once in a while he'll lose control like that. That ball wasn't even close to the strike zone. It's kind of a unnecessary pitch. It's a wasted pitch at 95, 96 miles an hour. Sometimes he recoils. If you watch his follow through.
Popped up and into the seats.
See how quick he kind of spins around when he lets that ball go. Definitely blessed with a great arm.
One and 2.
See if you can mix in that changeup or breaking ball right here. Good
curve.
Good breaking ball. Good tight breaking ball. Let's take a look at May's delivery out of the stretch position, but you see him bring that knee up and reaching out, landing flat-footed, but stiff leg right at the end. Stiff leg, sometimes you can't bend your back.
Boy, Suzuki is lopsided as the score is right now. Suzuki might have saved a couple of runs with some nice blocks.
And again, a wasted pitch. The prior curveball was a good curveball that Morales fouled off. That ball landed 3 or 4 feet in front of home plate.
2-2. And a base hit to left. Merrifield being waved around third. Grossman's throw to the cutoff man. And Morales drives in a run with an opposite field single.
Another fastball. You can throw, I watched Nolan Ryan pitch many years. You could throw a fastball, you know, in the upper 90s, but if it's straight, major league hitters will do this. Morales fastball. You can see he was way out front, got the barrel of the bat out. And picks up an RBI, his 18th of the year, and it's a 7-2 ball game.
Fox Tracks was presented by Dodge as the Royals get another RBI producing 2-out hit. Here's Salvador Perez, a double and a single so far, and he takes ball 1. Perez with 2 runs scored. Led off the second with a double and scored. Drove in a run and scored with a single in the third.
May has to find a way to get some movement out of that fastball.
That's to center, and Santana will play it on a hop. And Perez has his 3rd hit. May not faring any better than Nolasco did. Nolasco didn't even retire half his batters, and now May got the last out of the 3rd, but 3 hits and at least 1 run on the 4th.
You know, when you're struggling, you got to try something different. You can see that fastball, not a bad location, but there's no movement. It's pretty straight.
Here's Orlando, a single in the 2nd, and he drove in a run with a fly ball in the 3rd. Outside, ball one.
You're probably at home saying, well, how do you get movement if you throw 94 miles an hour or 95? Instead of a 4-seam fastball, you try a 2-seam fastball, work out front, and create some sink.
Well, you can do a lot of things too with the grip, can't you?
Yes. Utilize the seams of that baseball rather than just across the seams. Good pitch right there. Call the ball.
2-0. Talked about the starting pitchers, but the Twins envisioned a bullpen. Perkins, Jepson, May, Fiend. Take a look.
You know what, Dick? Most guys throw a fastball this way, a 4-seam fastball, and I'm sure May throws it something like that. But all you have to do is utilize the seams of the ball right here, because I threw like May did when I first came up. Nothing. It was a straight fastball, but Marv Grissom had me just rotate my fingers over, and then you utilize what Don McMahon said, the pressure points of your finger. Again, you're right here, you put a little more pressure on this finger, all of a sudden that fastball, you're thinking fastball, goes that way toward home plate. You create that little bit of a downward plane if you stay on top of the ball and throw it that way rather than a 4-seamer that's pretty straight. It'd be like an outfielder wanting to throw the ball back to the infield.
Right. He's
going to throw it 4-seam. Right now, May has to work on that 2-seamer to get some movement down.
Driven foul.
And what that does, the only way it's going to go down is if you get out front, work out front. If you're lazy with your arm, it's going to stay just like the 4-seam fastball. And you have to get your secondary pitches over. 3 good fastballs fouled off.
Out to center, and Santana hustling in, diving try and a catch.
Wow.
Danny Santana with a great sprawling catch in center field. Well, Ned Yost may challenge this, and the Twins will have to stay near the baseline with Santana coming in.
Yeah, that ball right there, it didn't look, you know, Santana thought that it went a little bit further, but he does show the ball. And let's take a look right here. Oh, he trapped it.
He did trap it. So they'll look at that, and the inning will continue.
But what a great effort. Fully extended.
The umpires are going to have an interesting decision here. The runner at second is Kendrys Morales. He may be the slowest human being alive, but the umpires have to decide where to place him. With 2 outs, I'd be stunned if they don't allow the run here. Santana and the Twins heading back to their position after seeing the replay on the scoreboard here.
Well, my guess is they're going to let Morales score only because there was 2 outs, and then Perez probably stops at second base. Well, we'll see what the umpires decide.
This is part of the replay that we don't often see. The second part of overruling a call is placing the runners. Now with 2 outs, Morales, especially given what happened on the play, a center fielder, the guy who ended up with a baseball, was flat on the ground. So we assume that the call will be reversed and that Orlando will get another base hit.
Well, you know, you see the big swing right there, and as an outfielder, you have to kind of hold for a split second. And Danny Santana came.
Yeah.
Saw where Morales is, so I think he will score.
That it's taking this long, I think, is because they were looking at what we just showed you. I don't think there's any question that the call will be overturned, but they're looking at replays to see where the runner at second was. You're kidding me. No, they're going to give Perez third base and a run will score.
Okay.
They pointed at third base and I thought, wait a minute.
Yeah, Morales was kind of shocked too, I think, when they pointed to third. But it's Perez that goes to third. So it's Orlando picks up an RBI single, his second hit of the ballgame, driving in his second run.
4th hit of the inning. A run in the first, a run in the second, 4 in the third, and now 2 already here in the 4th. Still 2 men out there for Infante. Right field. And this will carry to Sano. Another good inning for the Royals. They've scored at least one in every inning tonight. Recreational activities, making a splash on each one. Don't forget, if you're planning to be out on the water this summer, protect our waters by following state aquatic invasive species laws. Find endless ideas for the perfect getaway at exploreminnesota.com. Share your favorites with #OnlyNMN.
And be safe out there, please.
Drain that live well. Kurt Suzuki will lead off the bottom of the 4th inning.
Suzuki singled to start off the 2nd inning.
One strike. Suzuki, Santana, and Nunez. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Kennedy had a long wait while his Royals were hitting in the 2nd inning, then a long wait during the rain delay, and then another long wait while the Royals were hitting in the 3rd inning. 3rd and 4th innings, I should say. Suzuki with a liner left, 1 down. Sunday FS1 UFC Fight Night returns as 2 unstoppable, undefeated bantamweights collide. Thomas Almeida takes on Cody Garbrandt. Plus former champion Renan Barão faces the dangerous knockout power of Jeremy Stevens.
Thank God Stevens was in there.
It's all Sunday 4:30 Central on FS1. Watch it live on Fox Sports Go. Well, Kennedy will come out. He was asked to get just the 1 man here in the 4th inning. And a pitching change in the middle of the inning with the Royals up comfortably. In the midst of the proceedings so far. You can follow Twins baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Customize at-bat to feature the Twins and stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet.
Coming in for the Royals will be left-handed pitcher Scott Alexander, 26 years old.
Turning Danny Santana into a right-handed batter, and Santana hasn't had the opportunity to hit much right-handed because the Twins haven't seen much left-handed pitching, and he has just one full swing hit. There's a bunt single and his 2-run double the other night. Popped up. So before the plane was in the air, this is how things have changed in baseball. Before the plane was in the air yesterday, as the Royals were flying here from Chicago, the Royals coaches and Ned Yost had these numbers, and so they, in plotting strategy for this series, are going to turn Santana around right-handed as often as they can. A little roller to the right side, and Infante to Hosmer, 2 down. You know, and we see the Twins coaches and the manager do it too. They've already seen video, looked at stats, spreadsheets of the next opponent.
I'm a little surprised he took Ian Kennedy out as quick as he did. You know, with a 6-run lead, he had 73 pitches, but
I think maybe the thought was, look, he's probably not going to complete 5 anyway to stay under the 100 pitch threshold that I know you're so fond of.
But Kennedy in his last start, he threw 116 pitches, so
but didn't have the rain delay. Yeah, you know, that inning or whatever that he may have tossed in the tunnel,
right,
might have added to the pitch count as well.
And Kennedy, a guy that's going to, you know, be healthy throughout the summer. And, you know, you want to make sure you keep him healthy. Tight breaking ball right there by Alexander.
Last thing the Royals need would be to lose another pitcher. They lost 2 starters, Chris Young and Medlin, because of injury, disabled them on the same day. There's Young, easy to find in the crowd because he's 6'10".
And he's kneeling down.
0-2 to Nunez, the latest Twin to get a shot at the leadoff spot. 1-2.
Alexander, 26 years old, a September call-up last year. He got in 4 games for the Royals last year after spending the season in AAA, and ended up starting in AAA this year. Got called up on May 12th.
Foul to the screen.
Neil Allen talking to Trevor May, trying to keep him positive. It's hard sometimes.
Twins warming up Taylor Rogers, so I'm guessing that
as a pitching coach, you're basically a teacher. You're like a father, trying to just keep your kids, you know, in that right frame of mind. Good changeup right there.
Nunez strikes out, and the Twins go down 1-2-3 in the 4th. Lead off the Kansas City fifth against left-hander Taylor Rogers.
Yeah, Taylor Rogers worked in yesterday's ballgame 2/3 of an inning, gave up a first guy he faced was Saunders, who hit a home run against him on Friday night against the Toronto Blue Jays. Got a double, but then he struck out the next 2 batters, making his 5th relief appearance. Total of 4 1/3 innings, 4 strikeouts, no walks. You know, I think the goal was to get Trevor May more than 1 inning. You know, we were hoping that the 4th inning would be quick.
He faced 8 guys.
Right, he threw 37 pitches in an inning and a third, and I don't think they wanted him to stretch him out more than that. So.
You know, when we did our post-game hit yesterday after the Twins lost to the Blue Jays, losing the series 3-1, this one nubbed, and Rogers makes the play. He'll take a lot of first pitch outs here. Maybe he can go a few innings. We said, you know, the Twins bullpen can be effective. Any bullpen looks better when the starters pitch 2/3 of the innings. And now here we are tonight. Nolasco couldn't get out of the 3rd, and so this game, the May's already been used up. Rogers will get the 5th, maybe the 6th, and then you end up almost needing a day or 2 to recover when a start is this short.
I think too what you're talking about, you know, when Nolasco not able to get that final out, May has to come in, get the out, and then sit and then get back up again.
Right.
Rather than a lot of relievers would rather start the inning, and if they are able to go 1 more, you know, then they're doing it rather than having to come in and do it.
Rogers zips one inside, 1-1 to Escobar. Started the game with a double and scored in the 1st inning. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
And that's what we saw from Rogers yesterday in his 2 strikeouts. Very good tight curveball. He struck out Tulowitzki and Smoke on a couple good curveballs. And another one.
Popped up short center. And Santana jogs in. Royals won't challenge that one. 2 down. And that'll bring up Whit Merrifield.
Well, a lot of hits for the Royals, and thank goodness Infante's in the ballgame. I know he has an RBI, but he's made 3 outs, so
2. He walked
that's a
one.
good thing.
Yeah,
well, that's true. He's the only starter without a hit.
Merrifield has 2 of them and 2 runs scored. Outside, ball 1.
Well, Rogers in his 2nd stint with the Twins. He came up in the middle of April when Perkins was put on a disabled list. 6 days later is optioned back. And a quick inning for Taylor Rogers.
Good inning for the lefty. Handful of pitches, 3 outs. Twins will take it. It's 8-2. See, fan of the game.
There you go. You
better circle away there. Ramsey Elementary, I believe, part of a group here that we see at the.
It's the lunch ladies, I believe.
Yes, we see the lunch ladies at the celebrity waiter event on a regular basis
for the Boys and Girls Club. Yep.
Big Twins fans.
Thank you for being here, ladies.
Joe Mauer to lead off the fifth, and strike one. Mauer, Sano, Plouffe in the Twins fifth. Twins did have a lead of 2-1 at one point. Didn't last very long. And now 1-1. Carsoup.com trivia question: who are the only two Twins players to collect 30 or more hits against Kansas City in a season? That's a lot of hits, and it has to be with the imbalanced schedule, right, that we have now.
Might be looking at one guy right there, Joe Mauer.
And he has his second hit tonight, a home run in the first, and now a ground ball bleeding into left field for a leadoff single.
The inside out swing with Escobar shading him a little bit up the middle.
I guess it's Mauer and probably Kirby Puckett. Kansas City, of course, in the Twins division during Kirby's career. Here's Sano. He lined out to center and then struck out in the third. He started the resumption of play with an 0-2 count and eventually struck out. There's a half swing, ball one. Foul tip and a strike, 1-1.
Not an overpowering fastball for Alexander. In the minors, basically a reliever. Last year, Omaha's pitcher of the year. He had a 2.56 ERA, 14 saves in 41 relief appearances.
Half swing. They'll appeal. No, says Martin Carlson. It might not sound like much, but that's a big part of Sano's success when he starts becoming more successful. Just being able to check that swing and not have it called so much. So many of his strikes are on check swings. Full swing and a miss, 2-2.
Good hard slider there. Well, Alexander coming in throwing strikes. 15 pitches, 11 for strikes.
2-2. And a chopper foul. Seen a lot of those too.
Alexander keeping the ball down nicely. Got a report on Alexander that Tom Bernansky gets, that everybody gets. Fastball not overpowering, maybe 91, 92. Tight slider and a changeup.
Now 3-2. Sano struck out on a 3-2 pitch in the third inning. Close pitch taken for ball 4. Our single, Sano walks, and that'll bring up Plouffe. Plouffe with a pair of hits, a run scored. An infield hit in the first, an outfield hit in the third.
Now, Trevor's had 2 very good at-bats.
Right center field and deep. Orlando going back and makes the catch on the warning track. Mauer will tag and go to third.
Plouffe gave it a ride. Orlando did a good job of going to where he thought that ball was going to be. Kind of reached out for the wall. Didn't quite get there for the first out. Does get Mauer to third base.
I'm going to bring up Park. Park with 28 hits, 9 home runs, a triple, 6 doubles, and then we told you a dozen singles. Hoping to break a long hitless streak, and instead it's to the mound, and it's a 1-4-3 double play. The Twins come up empty-handed in the 5th. By North Dakota Tourism. Start your journey at NorthDakotaLegendary.com. A few moments ago we talked about Miguel Sano's check swings, and it was a check swing by Park that ended up ending the
well, this is what I see from Park. Too many of these right here. Now 0 for 20. Just uncertain to let the barrel of the bat go through. He kind of watch him hesitate right there. Doesn't really get a good swing, and that ball hit right back to Alexander. And he alertly turned the double play.
Kane will bat.
We've seen a lot of that now from out of Park. Just the uncertainty of letting it fly.
1-1 to Kane.
You know what I'm talking about is letting that bat go through the strike zone. Like that.
Another opposite field hit for the Royals. Kane hobbles his way to first base, stops on the bag after a leadoff single.
Kane gets his first, or excuse me, second hit.
It's the 5th Kansas City leadoff hit. 13th hit overall.
Well, they came into this ball game starting to heat up a little bit as far as their offense. They came in hitting .254 as a ball club. That's 6th best in the American League.
Hosmer, 2 strikeouts and a single and a run scored. Ball 1.
And David Ortiz and the Boston Red Sox hitting .296 as a ball club. How about the year David Ortiz is putting together? Unbelievable.
Remember, we were there 5 years ago or so, and they thought he was done. And we're going to eat the contract, and it was just embarrassing how he was not swinging the bat well. And now he announces retirement, and he's relaxed and just apparently having the time of his life.
11 home runs, I believe 37 runs batted in, and hitting well over 300.
2-1.
Good for Big Papi. Until we play him, of course.
Red Sox A virtual dead heat with the Orioles on top of the American League East. Yankees below 500, Tampa Bay below 500, Toronto still 2 games below 500.
Yeah, but what's amazing, Boston hitting .296, and the closest club to them is the Detroit Tigers hitting .265.
Jackie Bradley Jr., David Ortiz. Fouled away, 3-2. Here's a look at the East. The Twins are 0 for 5 against the Orioles. 1-3 against the Blue Jays.
Yeah, 1-8 overall in the East. 4-17 against the Central, and got to play more West teams. Another double play.
Nice pick at first by Mauer, and it's 1-6-3.
Both pitchers are getting a ball back to him. Alexander got the double play, and Rogers gets a ball back to him off the bat of Hosmer. Making sure that what you do as a pitcher, you get this ball back. Good breaking ball right there. You go get it. Throw the ball over the bag right here. Exactly what he does. Feed it to your shortstop. And it's up to the shortstop to complete the double play. So good job by Taylor Rogers.
Kendrys Morales scored a couple of runs. 1 for 2 with a walk. He's, as we said, doing just fine from this side of the plate. The issue's been from the other side. Up and away, 1-1. Way out in front, 1-2. Breaking ball, pulled foul. Talked about his twin brother, right-handed, so not identical twins, obviously, the only 2 kids in the family.
Yeah, Tyler Rogers is his brother. He's currently in the Giant organization, pitching at the AA level in Richmond, Virginia.
Still 1-2. Rogers pitching in his 3rd game in the last 4 days, and so far with just 21 pitches he's gotten 5 outs.
Rogers, 25 years old. Twins signed him out of the University of Kentucky back in 2012.
Morales wincing a little bit with the foul ball against his foot or ankle. Fastball away, 2-2. Perez already has 3 hits. You'd think he'd be tired. Fly ball center field. Perez will lead off the 7th, provided Santana makes the catch here. He squeezes it, and Rogers has done a nice job with 2 innings, facing just 6 men to get the 6 outs.
Northland Ford. Visit northlandford.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. And by Grand Casino. The best stories start here.
We've had a rain delay. The Twins very briefly had a lead, but the Royals in control of this thing right now, 8-2. Grossman, Escobar, and Suzuki to hit for the Twins in the 6th, facing Alexander.
Yeah, rain delay of about 40 minutes in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Strike one. Ian Kennedy started. Rain delay contributed to his leaving the game, having gotten just 10 outs, so he will not be the winning pitcher. And Alexander hoping for a chance to pick up the W here. I think that's a rule they'll ever change. Under these circumstances, let's say Alexander pitches this inning and then they just kind of patch it together the rest of the way. And so who do you give the start to? Well, through no fault of his own, Kennedy still got more of the outs than anybody else. Why not give it to him under these circumstances?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think a starter, just kind of a rule, has to go at least 5 innings to qualify for a win.
1-2.
I'm waiting for them one day to do what a quality start is 5 innings, 3 earned runs or less.
We're heading in that direction.
Now I can see, I mean, it's a team game, and with Kansas City, they want to make sure that Ian Kennedy doesn't get hurt.
3-2 now to Grossman. You saw Brandon Kinsler warming up. He apparently will pitch starting in the 6th inning. Again, Grossman, Escobar, and Suzuki here in the Twins' 6th inning.
Grossman hitting as a right-handed hitter now. His home run came from this side of the plate.
Down the line, and a fair ball. And a fan touched it, and so it'll be a double for Grossman. He's reached all 3 times again here tonight.
It continues to have very quality at-bats. Took that pitch the other way where it was outside, so good piece of hitting by Grossman. Watch the location. Outer half of the plate, doesn't try to pull it.
Well, we saw him do that from the left side of the plate. The first pitch he saw in a Twins uniform, he stood in the left-handed batter's box and did the same thing down the left field line.
His 2nd double. And his 2nd hit of the game.
Eduardo Escobar is 0 for 2 in his return to the lineup. And strike one call.
And Escobar is a right-handed hitter, hitting better. 7 hits in 20 at-bats, a .350 average.
And nice play by Hosmer behind the bag, and Escobar beat it. Hosmer did what he could, and for that matter, so did Alexander, but Escobar hustled down the line and got an infield hit.
Well, the 3-time Gold Glove winner right there made a great play down the line. As a pitcher, you have to get over there. Let's see if Alexander holds for a second. And we're not going to see it there, but what a play by Hosmer. You expect a pitcher to be there, and it's a foot race. And boy, Escobar, a bang play. See, Alexander hesitated just a split second.
Well, the Royals contemplated a challenge, but they won't challenge the outcome. And instead, Nendios is going to come to the mound here with Suzuki at the plate. All right, so to my point, here's Alexander. He's faced 8 men, retired 4 of them.
Yep. Gasky just got his foot on the bag before Alexander did.
And now they're going to make a pitching change. So,
well, this is up to the official score,
right,
to determine who gets the win if this whole score holds up.
Moylan will pitch next for the Royals. The Twins have had some threats. They had one in the 5th, but couldn't get anything across. We'll see what they can do with another 1st and 3rd, nobody out situation.
By the authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins, LLC. Peter Moylan coming into the ball game, making his 4th appearance since being called up on May 12th. Started down in Omaha. Moylan, 37 years old.
Suzuki the batter, 1st and 3rd, nobody out. Inside, ball 1.
And then underarm, sidearm delivery. Moylan originally signed by the Twins back in 1996 out of Australia. He was released by the Twins.
Inside again, and it's 2-0.
He went back to Australia and played in the WBC, and then in 2006 he signed with the Braves. He's been released 3 times, and he didn't give up. A lot of surgeries, 3 back surgeries this young man has had.
What a pickup by Merrifield. And it's another double play. Suzuki with a single in the 2nd. He lined out to Dyson in the 4th, and he hit that one right on the button. And a nice play by Merrifield, turning a double play. A run scores.
You can't hit the ball any harder than Suzuki did, and he right there, good swing, but the one hopper came up on Merrifield, but stayed with it. Got it over to Infante, and double play, 2nd inning in a row. Royals have turned a double play.
Grossman scored. It's 8-3, but now the base is empty for Santana. Outside, ball 1. Santana tried to bunt in the air, and the ball should have been caught by Hosmer. He dropped it and ended up retiring Suzuki at 2nd. Santana reached at 1st on a fielder's choice, and then he hit a ground ball to Infante in the 4th. 1-1. Breaking ball and a sweeping swing and a miss.
Well, listen to what Moylan has done. He had 2 back surgeries, 2001, 2003. Had the Tommy John surgery in 2008. 2011 had his 3rd back surgery. Right shoulder surgery in 2011. Right elbow surgery in 2014. And this guy's still wanting to pitch. Unbelievable.
The body must look like Frankenstein with all the stitches in it.
He pitched for the Braves for 8 seasons, the Dodgers, went back to the Braves, and then signed a minor league contract with the Royals. And he's back in the big leagues.
1-2. It's hit to the corner. And Dyson runs back to haul it in. Santana hit the ball well for an out. The Twins get 1 back in the bottom of the 6th. Brandon Kinsler pitches next for the Twins.
ready to take over for the Twins. Something you might not know about Brandon Kintzler is he had an interesting decision to make back when he was pitching for the St. Paul Saints in 2009. He was asked to start the American Association's All-Star Game, but that was the same weekend of his final audition to play Tim Hudson in the movie Moneyball. Well, ultimately, he chose to pass on Hollywood and pitched in the All-Star Game. Clearly, that was a good decision because that's where the Brewers saw him. They liked what they saw, and they signed him for $1,000, meaning he turned down a chance to go to Hollywood where he would have made $700 a day to play Tim Hudson in a pretty popular and successful movie. But again, good decision as he's here getting ready to pitch for the Twins tonight. Guys?
Well, that's interesting.
Thank you very much.
Now, you've actually been in a movie.
Yes, I have. Yep.
What's the name of the movie again?
I forgot. So long ago.
It's a baseball movie?
Yeah, it has some baseball in it. Somebody had to give up a home run to Mark Grace, and he wanted me to do it.
Good casting. Who was the casting director?
Taking Care of Business.
No, really? That's a famous movie.
With Jim Belushi. I believe that was it. I don't know. I can't remember.
I was thinking of Risky Business. That was with Tom Cruise.
Yeah, I know. Wasn't him.
So that must have been fun, right?
Yeah, it was fun. Had a lot of time.
How many days did the filming take?
It took me only make. I was quick. I said, "Here, Mark, take a swing."
You didn't have your own trailer?
No, they set it up to where they just wanted Mark Grace to take a full swing, and then he hit one to right field, and they said that's good. And then somebody threw the ball into the stands, and Jim Belushi caught it. He was out of jail to watch the Cubs play in the World Series against the Angels. And Mark Grace took me deep. It's new.
To right field. And Sano, as the ball bounced past him.
They kind of gave up on that right there. I think
you're going to see a Salvador Perez triple. And the ball is thrown. Oh, good thing Grossman was there because the throw from Nunez sailed on him. And so Sano went back to the spot and then gave up on it. The ball hit the padding and bounced away from him.
Yeah, I don't know if Sano gave up a little early on this because of where it hit, but it's a triple for Perez and another hit to start off an inning. And watch Sano go back. And he kind of gave up on it right there. Well, the ball was hit off the wall. Karem's back toward the infield. And it's Danny Santana has to retrieve it. I don't think he could have caught that ball. So how about the night of Salvador Perez? 4 hits. His second triple of the year.
That's a headline. He's tied with Escobar now for the team lead in triples. So a leadoff triple here in the 7th, and Paulo Orlando will bat. Twins bring the infield in, but only halfway. Quarter of the way, actually. 2 strikes. Well, you made it sound like your whole movie making experience took about 5 minutes.
No. We spent the whole day there. Got to talk to Jim Belushi, and it was a lot of fun. Had a good time.
Hey, high and tight to Orlando.
I think Kintzler did the right thing in taking that $1,000 from the Brewers because he ended up pitching 6 seasons for him. And then signed by the Twins. A minor league contract, a running fastball up and in. And Orlando backing away.
1-2. No speaking role in your movie?
No, the baseball that Grace hit did all the speaking.
Okay.
That terrible sound.
Taking Care of Business. So if I can go home tonight,
look it up
and find it on Netflix or something like that, and we'll.
Jim Belushi.
How deep in the movie?
He breaks out of jail to watch his Cubs play, and then now he's got to break back into jail because he didn't want to get caught. So.
1-2. And a strikeout. 1 away. And that'll bring up Infante. May is Mental Health Month. Fox Sports supports his proud to team up with NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and their commitment to improve the lives of families and those affected by mental health conditions. You can learn more about how to be stigma-free. Visit foxsportsupports.com. Here's Infante. Ball one. Infante drove in a run with a fly ball in the second, walked in the third, and then hit a fly ball to Sano in the fourth. Ball two.
This guy's a scrappy little player. 34 years old now. Again, came up very young with the Tigers back in 2002. Has also played for the Braves, the Marlins. In his third season with the Royals.
Pounded foul.
Infante would like to get back to the World Series because he missed the entire postseason with the oblique strain.
Two and one to the Royals second baseman. Another chopper foul. That would be the ultimate difficult situation for a professional athlete to get to the World Series. Your team gets there and you cannot play. A couple weeks ago we were on the road and we were watching Game 7 of the '87 World Series, and they had a shot at Jack Clark, who couldn't hit it all. One of the key hitters for the Cardinals that year. And Infante strikes out, 2 down.
Kinsler picking up 2 straight strikeouts after the triple by Perez. So trying to keep him stranded there at third base. Nice little cutter, slider, outer half of the plate.
Fox Tracks presented by Carrier.
Infante swings through it. Kinsler's done a good job. The only 2 runs he's allowed came in here against Baltimore. He gave up a 2-run home run to Adam Jones. That's it, making his 7th relief appearance.
Ball one to Gerard Dyson. A 2-run single in the third. And low again, 2-0. Mentioned the Royals have won 3 series in a row, and they're in good shape to win the opener of this 3-game series. Chop to the right side. Kinsler's going to have to hurry. It's got him. As close as the play was with Escobar being ruled safe, Kinsler got his foot on the bag right before Dyson, and he does a nice job. Kinsler does, pitching around the leadoff triple. Eduardo Nunez will lead off the bottom of the inning. Casino story of the game.
Well, Kane with the RBI double gave the Royals a 1-0 lead, but Joe Mauer tied it with his 3rd home run of the year. Then an RBI single by Robbie Grossman, giving the Twins a 2-1 lead as Bluth scores. But the Royals, they just keep hitting. Perez having quite a night, 4 for 4. Dyson driving in a run. And then Morales knocking in another run. And a great play by Danny Santana, but it was ruled where he trapped it off the bat of Orlando. Well, a lot of hits for the Royals here tonight. 14 and 8 for the Twins.
Eduardo Nunez taking ball 1, hitless, back in the leadoff spot. Brian Dozier not in the lineup tonight. Don't know how long that's going to last. Nunez, the latest player to hit out of the leadoff spot, checked his swing, and it's 2-0. Santana has Nunez, Mauer, Dozier, of course. Mastroianni, when he started a game, I think he hit out of the leadoff spot. Inside 3-0. And we just saw the Blue Jays here for 4 games, and they moved Jose Bautista into the leadoff spot. Now, he's not the prototypical leadoff man, but he's certainly done his damage against the Twins. Not a bad idea to make sure he gets maybe 1 or 2 extra at bats over the course of a 4-game series.
Yeah, we just showed you Brian Dozier right there. I don't be surprised if Dozier sits for a couple days just to try to get his mind back in. I talked to Tom Bernansky, really working with Brian Dozier off the tee of trying to hit the ball up the middle and the other way. So we'll hopefully get good results from Brian Dozier.
3-2. Nunez, Mauer, and Sano.
Brian really struggling, but a couple hits next time out. Hopefully we'll get him going. Another sidearm fastball, I'm sure.
Be a tough play. Moylan has it, throws in time to get Nunez. Fine play by Moylan. 1 down.
Moylan bouncing off that mound right there and making a very nice play. The ball gets by him. I don't think that the third baseman, Merrifield, has a chance to get Nunez. Moylan right there. I mean, his delivery's kind of taken him that way, but plays a little short hop and the quick release and throw to Osborne.
Mauer will hit. Opposite field home run in the 1st. Opposite field single in the 5th. Second home run for Joe in this homestand. Carsoup.com trivia: the only 2 Twins players to collect 30 or more hits versus Kansas City in a season. Oh, I'll go Carew.
How about Pepe? Pepe Tovar.
Oh yeah? How'd you know that?
Somebody told me.
Outside, 1-1.
I played with Pepe, Cesar Tovar. He was fun. That was 1971. He was fun to play with. Talk about a good leadoff hitter. It was Cesar Tovar.
Yeah. Drilled to center. Mauer's 3rd hit of the night.
Yeah, ball left right there. Good swing again by Joe Mauer.
And that'll bring up Miguel Sano.
Cesar Tovar would face a pitcher, I'm going to say like a
Mickey Lolich.
Okay, Mickey Lolich. He would come back, maybe get an out right there. Fastball right there. Joe Mauer, 3 very good at bats. And maybe make it out. And he'd come back in the dugout and say, I got 2. Meaning, I've got 2 hits. And by the time the game was over, he had 2 hits.
Inside to Sano, ball 1. Sano with a liner to center, caught by Kane. Struck out in the 3rd, drew a walk in the 5th. Inside again, 2-0. Here's a call on an otherwise lost night. this ball is going to be hit a long, long way.
I hope so. How long that went.
A double play. The ball itself probably traveled about 120 feet.
Third inning in a row, the Royals have turned a double play against the Twins.
Your Mall of America Studio Sports Update. The World Series champions are in town, and this series between the Twins and the Kansas City Royals continues Tuesday on Fox Sports North. Our coverage begins at 6:30 as the Twins take on the Kansas City Royals.
I like his enthusiasm.
Jeff's a good man. So's Fernando Abad, and again, not much has gone right for the Twins this year, but the pickup of Abad, signing him to a minor league deal and then adding him to the roster, has been very, very good for the Twins.
Yeah, Abad making his 20th relief appearance. He picked up the win on Saturday in that 5-3 win over the Toronto Blue Jays. Numbers outstanding for Abad.
Escobar, Merrifield, and Kane to face him here in the 8th inning. Right-handers hitting .306 against Abad. Left-handers hitting .000. That was a great point average in Animal House. It's really good for an ERA. It's not a good grade point average.
No. I convinced my parents it was.
Mom, I didn't make any mistakes. 1-1 the count to Escobar. And another strike. 1-2. And when the right-handers have gotten their hits, as you saw from the ERA, Abad's done a nice job pitching around the base runners. Just one earned run allowed in 16 innings. Throws strikes, only 5 walks, 15 strikeouts.
Well, the only run off of them came in Chicago back on May 6th. That was it.
A 91-mile-per-hour fastball that strikes out Escobar, 1 down. Here's today's T-Mobile greater coverage of baseball. Rough start again for Mike Pelfrey, but the Tigers won 5-4. And Todd Frazier with his 14th home run to lead the American League. And the White Sox won the opener. Walk-off home run for Randall Grichuk. Indians are winning the nightcap 5-1 in the 9th inning. A doubleheader because of a rainout earlier this year. Snow out could have been. Tonight, not a rain out just a rain delay of about 40 minutes. 1-0. And that tickles the outside corner, a strike.
Bod, the fastball in the low 90s, pretty good control. 5 walks in 16 innings, 16 strikeouts now. Good changeup. There's a changeup right
64
there.
64 miles per hour.
Call that a floater. I don't know if you call it a changeup. My goodness. They'll change speeds on that curveball too. Add and subtract.
Merrifield's probably thinking, I haven't seen anything that slow since high school.
Now fastball away. After a 64-mile-an-hour changeup, a 92-mile-an-hour fastball.
Of course, the original plan was a Bod from the left side, and then any combination of Presley, Jepson, May, and Fiend from the right side would all set up Glenn Perkins. But Perkins' season to this point ended a week into the season with a shoulder problem, 1-2. And that's, you know, if somebody would have said in March during spring training, you know, the Twins will go as their all-star players go, which isn't too far-fetched of an idea, right? Perkins has hardly been able to pitch, and Dozier's been had a very disappointing season. And now 3-2 to Merrifield. So you go, teams tend to go how their star players go. And by extension, that has contributed to a really awful start to the season for the Twins. 3-2. Fouled back.
Another changeup right there. And that's what we've seen from a Bod. You know, maybe the hitters count. You don't want to walk anybody, but Hill has confidence in that changeup. He has confidence in that curveball. Last year with Oakland, 62 relief appearances, a 4.15, but it was in 2014 that he had his best year with Oakland. 69 relief appearances. He had a 1.57 earned run average. There's the curveball.
Strike.
So he threw a changeup that Merrifield fouled off. Then he comes back with a good curveball. Picks up his second straight strikeout.
Target Field's a great place to spend time with the people who are important to you. Groups are eligible for discounts on tickets, and per ticket fees are eliminated. So organize your group of 25 plus today. Learn more by visiting twinsbaseball.com/groups or call 800-33-TWINS. Ask about a Twins Target Field group outing. 2 down, and now Kane. A couple of hits for Kane.
Good fastball, good location.
Bob, the 5th Twins pitcher, Ricky Nolasco, went 2 2/3 innings and left right before the game was stopped for 4 minutes because of rain. Trevor May came in, got the last out, and then it rained and the game was interrupted shortly after that. 2-2 to Kane.
Kansas City Royal fan got a souvenir.
Nice play by Abad. And he's got a 1-2-3 8th inning.
8-3 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Coming up next on Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink, we'll take a look at Salvador Perez's huge night, how he was able to lead the way for his team. Plus, always good to see Joe Mauer swinging the bat like he was tonight. We'll talk about his night. And as always, we'll bring you Paul Molitor's thoughts from the clubhouse. We'll see you after the game on Twins Live.
All right, thank you, Audra. Trevor Plouffe will lead off the bottom of the 8th. A couple of hits for Plouffe. And he takes ball 1. Cleveland did beat the White Sox in the nightcap, so they split their doubleheader. And the Royals have a chance to pick up ground on both teams. It looks like it's going to be a very competitive American League Central, obviously without the Twins, unless things turn around abruptly, dramatically, significantly.
All of those.
Base hit to left, and Plouffe has his 3rd hit.
Yeah, he's had really 4 good at-bats. A deep fly ball in the 5th inning was hit sharply, and right here gets his 3rd single. So Joe Mauer with 3 hits. Now Trevor Plouffe with 3 hits in the ball game. Like a breaking ball, just kind of hung right there. Trevor getting out front, hitting it sharply in the left field.
See if the Twins can get Young Ho Park going again for a while. In early May, seemed to be turning a corner, and then now the last week or so it's been a struggle for him. He hasn't really hit the ball hard. Kind of a half swing comebacker to the mound for a double play his last time up. Ball 1.
Yeah, that crossfire right there. He should be used to that, because in South Korea, Japan, they have a lot of pitchers that throw from down there. Park 0 for his last 20. There you go.
Base hit to left.
See, that's all he needed. Needed the Australian to throw from down under.
The Twins started the 2nd inning with a single. Now the last 3 of the last 4 innings have started with the first 2 batters reaching. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. That'll bring up Grossman.
Yeah, in his last at bat, remember that check swing or half swing right there? Good extension. And the ball jumped in off his bat quickly. So that ends an 0 for 20. Little slump he was in.
Grossman with 2 hits and a walk tonight. An RBI, a run scored.
You saw Dave Island hustle out there to talk to his right-hander.
Are they going to make you guys run for the WBC? Are you pitching coaches?
Oh, I'll run, yeah. Heck yeah. I hope so. Run all the time. Well, I used to run.
I was going to say, 1 strike.
Yeah, my hip doctor said no, don't run.
What's his name? I'd like to, and a phone number. I'd like to call him.
John. If I should say his name. Well, yeah, Dr. Kagan down in Fort Myers.
And if I call him, he'll say I shouldn't run.
Well, you got to get a new hip first.
Well, that sounds like an awful lot of work to just not have to run anymore.
I walk a lot, but I can't run.
1-1.
But I can still get people out in fantasy camp.
A fly to left. And Dyson with the catch, 1 away. Grossman finally retired here tonight. And that'll bring up Escobar. Escobar beat out an infield hit. He, for the 2nd time tonight, hit the ball hard towards Hosmer. Hosmer made a nice play on him to end the 1st inning. And then he made a nice play, but Escobar beat Alexander to the bag for an infield hit.
Yeah, that was as a right-handed hitter. As a left-hander, so far 0 for 2. So this is a side that he needs to get a little bit better. Hitting .208 coming into the ball game as a lefty.
Over the inside corner.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, Escobar activated before the game here today. Off the disabled list. Jorge Polanco was sent down back to Rochester. There you go.
And a line drive base hit to center. Rounding third, heading home is Plouffe. And the Twins have cut the gap to 8-4. Now suddenly the tying runs on the on-deck circuit.
Good at bat right there by Escobar. Got a fastball, lined it right up the middle. Plouffe scoring for the second time in a ball game. And for Escobar, he picks up an RBI, his 7th of the year, on his second hit.
The old ifs and buts and candies and nuts thing, but boy, the Twins had a great chance in the 5th to maybe get at least one. Had a chance to do more in the 6th. Now a threat brewing here with runners at first and second, one down, 1 run in. And Herrera will come out of the Kansas City pen to pitch to Kurt Suzuki. Field suites are available for single game rental for groups of 16 to 150 plus. Enjoy a climate controlled experience and a fantastic view of a Twins game, food and beverage included. You can learn more at twinsbaseball.com/groups or call 800-33-TWINS. Schedule your suite at Target Field.
A lot of people have a lot of fun right there. Calvino Herrera coming into the ball game for the 24th time. Worked 22 1/3 innings, allowed 18 hits, only 2 earned runs with a couple walks and 26 strikeouts. Hard throwing right-hander. Herrera in his 6th season with the Royals.
Suzuki's hit the ball hard 3 times tonight. Got a single in the 2nd, lined out to left in the 4th, and then hit a hard smash. Fielded wonderfully by Whit Merrifield, and he started a 5-4-3 double play.
You saw the curveball right there by Herrera at 81. Good tight break on it. And another breaking ball.
2 of them in the low 80s, knowing full well he can throw upper 90s heat.
Herrera made the All-Star team last year for the Royals, his first. Wow.
3 curves, 3 called strikes.
And Suzuki does not like that. He thought it was inside. Having some words with Alan Porter.
Look at that.
Number 3. Good tight break. All 3 of them in the strike zone.
2 down, and now Santana. Trying to find a gap or a corner someplace, maybe score a couple runs. Fouled away, 1 strike.
There's a fastball at 97. best setup men in baseball right here. Herrera set up Greg Holland. Now he sets up Wade Davis.
Perez scoops 1-1.
I don't think Greg Holland is
not in the organization anymore.
No. Recovering from what, Tommy John surgery, I believe.
1-1. And a high 2-1. Important guy for Herrera to get here because Santana reaches. However he reaches, Nunez would have a chance as the tying run. Twins with a dozen hits here tonight. That's to left, but it'll hang in the air for Dyson. And the Twins get one but leave two. Twins with a dozen hits, but the Royals have 14. The Royals scored a lot of runs early in the ball game, knocking out Ricky Nolasco. In fact, they did all their scoring in the first 4 innings.
Yeah, bullpen's done a good job of putting some zeros on the board. Now hopefully Kevin Jepson can have a clean on top of the 9th inning, making his 19th relief appearance. High ERA's had a couple tough outings. He has the only 3 saves the Twins have had in 6 save opportunities. Now just looking at a dozen hits, it's the first time the Twins have had at least 12 hits since April 26th, when they got 14 hits against the Indians in that 6-5 win.
Eric Hosmer will bat. Outside, ball 1. Great opportunity here. Now that this game is not lost by any means, but an opportunity here in a non-save situation for Jepson to try to fine-tune his breaking ball a little bit. Breaking ball misses, the fastball misses, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, the first one was a 2-seamer, a fastball, and then he missed with a fastball there. But what I like right now, first 2 pitches, they're down in the zone.
Fastball in the corner. Middle of the Kansas City lineup. The Twins will turn their lineup over and start with Nunez in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Every pitch outer half of the plate. First 2 off the plate. Last 2 good pitches, good fastballs away.
Two and two.
Suzuki sitting outside again. Hosmer fouling it up. That ball stayed inside a little bit.
Ming Wong warming up for the Kansas City Royals, having a rebirth with Kansas City as a relief pitcher. And fouled away.
Now, Jetson last pitched on Saturday when he picked up his 3rd save in the 5-3 win. Just gave up the home run to Michael Saunders in the 1 inning.
And you get warmed up kind of in a hurry for that one because the Twins were down and they scored 5 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning, and suddenly there was a save situation to be had. And another aggressive swing by Hosmer. Another 2-2. See if Jepson gives Hosmer another fastball. 94 upstairs, a swing and a miss, 1 down.
Almost in the same spot that Trevor May struck him out in the 4th inning. That high fastball away. So Jepson gets a strikeout.
Here's Kendrys Morales. Morales with a walk and a run scored in the 3rd, a single and a run scored in the 4th. He scored the last of the 8 Kansas City runs. Ball 1. Paid attendance a little over 17,000 tonight. Not many of them left here after a lopsided score by the middle innings and a 40-minute rain delay. 2-0.
They fell behind Hosmer and ended up striking him out. Back to the fastball away.
And a liner caught by Plouffe, out number 2.
That'll break in your glove right there. Morales right on that, hit that sharply.
Now, he hasn't thrown many breaking balls at all, if any. And well, I guess that kind of surprises me a little bit.
You know, he need to get ahead. He's 0-2 on both guys, so I don't think he has, you know, he needs to, get ahead right here. Then maybe he can throw a breaking ball. Of course, his bread and butter is a fastball. And what I see here today so far in the first 2 hitters, keeping the ball down better than he has in the past.
Both triples this year have come against the Twins, and Perez needs a home run to complete the cycle. Foul to the screen.
Good fastball down and away. Last cycle, George Brett back in 1990.
Won the batting title that year.
Now you might get a breaking ball.
And
what a night.
Perez is having himself quite a night. He'll hold up with a single there with Grossman playing the carom, but it was right on that breaking ball. It was left up and ended up in left field in a hurry.
There's kind of a spinner right there, but you can see the last 5-hit game for the Royals back in 2013. Billy Butler.
In the pregame segment, I talked about Kirby Puckett's 2 6-hit games. The one in Milwaukee that you remember well, that incredible Sunday afternoon he had at County Stadium after going 4 for 5 the night before. And then the extra inning one against the Rangers on this date in 1991. Who knows? Twins come back and Perez might have another.
Yeah, let's see if he can go for 6 for 6.
To do it in a 9-inning game as Kirby did in 1987 is odd because, you know, how many times does anybody in the lineup, even the leadoff man, hit 6 times in one game? In his 9-inning game, Puckett was 6 for 6, and in the extra inning game that we honored on the anniversary date today, he went 6 for 7. 1-1 to Orlando. 2-1. Kinsler pitched around a leadoff triple in the 7th. That's been the closest that the Royals have had to adding runs after May left the game. 2-2.
Just reading on the Twins history, Paul Molitor in 1997 had a 5 for 5 game.
Right.
7 times he did that in his career. 7 times.
It is true what I said in the pregame show. You know, the really great hitters will get 2 hits and they want a third. 3 they wanted 4, and it just kept going and going and going. It takes an awful lot of focus to give yourself a chance for a 5th hit when you've already got 4 in the game. 2-2. And now a full count to Orlando.
This would be pitch number 20 in this inning for Kevin Jepson.
And a base hit to right, and Perez will hold up at second base. And a couple of 2-out hits for the Royals, and now Infante will bat.
Orlando picking up his 3rd hit of the ball game. And for the Royals, their 16th.
16 hits and not a home run. The only home run of the game was Mauer's home run in the 1st inning.
Well, the typical Royal ball club, they don't hit a lot of home runs.
But I mean, 1 through 9, all these hits. Look at Orlando's hit. Opposite field hit. This one hit hard to left center field. And high off the wall on the carom to Santana. And the Royals string 3 hits together after the 2nd out. And they get a couple against Kevin Jepson.
And Infante picks up his 1st hit, so every starter has at least 1 hit. Infante driving in his 2nd run on his 9th double. Suzuki wants it away. Fastball, letter high. Infante almost hit that home run. Came within a couple feet of this ball going out. Maybe a foot. It's an RBI double for Infante.
And now Dyson will pop one up near the tarp. And Plouffe with the catch to end the inning. But after the 2nd out, the Royals go single, single, double, 2 more runs. And Joe Mauer will hit in the 9th inning, but the Twins got a lot of work to do. Royals from now all 9 starters. Infante getting in the act with a 2-run double.
Shame on him.
And it's 10-4. And the pitching woes for the Twins started when Ricky Nolasco couldn't get through the 3rd inning. Chien-Ming Wang in a non-save situation will try to make quick work of the Twins in the 9th.
Chien-Ming Wang, you know, he joined the Royals this year. His first appearance when he made it back on April 9th was the first appearance since October 24th of 2013. A lot of injuries that kind of sidelined him. He used the WBC too to try to show that his arm was healthy. Had shoulder surgery back in 2009 and missed all of 2010. When he was in with the Yankees, and went to the Nationals, the Blue Jays, and now the Royals.
Nunez will hit, then Mauer and Sano. And ball 1.
Wang has worked 14 2/3 innings, 18 hits, 5 runs, all earned. Has yet to give up a home run, 7 walks and 12 strikeouts.
And now 2-0.
Wang, 36 years old now, born in Taiwan.
Checked his swing, but a called strike. 2-1.
These two were teammates with the Yankees. Nunez and Wang.
Nice pickoff by Escobar and throws him out.
Wow.
What a play by Alcides Escobar.
It doesn't matter what the scoreboard says, you still play your position. And Escobar, a tip of the hat by all the guys in the dugout and on the field. Look how quick he got rid of this ball. And Nunez can get down. He can motor down that line. He leaps. A one-hop throw to Hosmer. Yeah, what a defensive play. Fully stretched out. And a good throw. Able to get something on that ball.
Got him by a half step. Wow. Here's Mauer with 1 down in the 9th inning. Missing inside, ball 1. Mauer with a home run to left field. Bounce out to second in the 2nd inning, and then in the 5th inning a single to left, and then a solid line drive single to center in the 7th.
He's had 3 really good at bats. The home run, he got jammed on that little ground ball to second base in the 2nd inning, and then hit it sharply to left in the 5th, and then right up the middle in the 7th.
1-1. Tap to the right side. Easy play for Hosmer. 2 down.
A little change up right there. Had Joe way out front.
And Sano will bat next, but first time now for What's Next, brought to you by Century Link. Harrison Volquez will go for the Royals. And you said it, Irvin Santana has been really good for the Twins.
Yeah, especially the last 2 starts. 2 veterans going at each other here tomorrow night.
And Santana, of course, pitched 1 year with the Royals. The Royals were involved in the bidding for Santana against the Twins. Twins won the bid, and their consolation prize was Volquez. They went and pursued and signed Volquez after Santana signed with the Twins.
He had a good year for the Royals that year. He pitched 211 innings back in 2013.
Down and away, and it's 1-1 to Sano.
You can hear some Royal fans in the background. Royals looking for their 23rd win of the year.
To get back to the 500 mark. Two and one to Sano. Got a pitch up and he fouled it back. We just haven't seen Sano crush that pitch. Any pitches.
Yeah, Wong has that little hesitation. He works out of the windup. Watch him come set. Holds it there, holds it here, and it drives off that pitching river.
Zipped a 92-mile-per-hour fastball in off the plate, 3-2. Plouffe on deck.
A couple holes. Well, I saw the first one, and then the delivery. You see him push off that pitching rubber. That's why it's there, to drive off of it. Utilize the strength in your legs. Watch
that actually clipped him, I think. He'll go to first. And now Plouffe.
Let's see if this ball gets a piece of him. Nope. It's ball 4.
Plouffe's had a good night at the plate with 3 singles. With enough hits and actually enough runs to win a ball game here tonight, but the Royals banged out 17 hits, 10 runs so far.
Just a poor start for Ricky Nolasco. Trevor May came in. He struggled through an inning in the 3rd, and then but the bullpen after that, 5 innings. Jepson gave up a run in the 9th.
It's a foul ball. Two strikes to Plouffe. Sano at first after the 2-out walk. On the ground, Escobar has an easier play. Sano forced at second base, and the Royals now have beaten the Twins all 4 times they faced them in 2016.
Yeah, in the Central Division, Twins are now 4-18 against their Central Division opponents. Not good.
Anthony LaPanta, frustrating night for the Twins again, as they had a very brief lead early on, but did not get a good start tonight from Ricky Nolasco.
No, another short start by a Twins pitcher. He didn't make it out of the 3rd. We'll break down his start tonight. We'll hear from Paul Molitor, show you how Joe Mauer broke out at the plate, but how Salvador Perez was the story for Kansas City. All next on Twins Live.